Hello, 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 hello. Let's go! Nice afternoon stream. Oh yeah, it just hit noon, huh? Didn't even notice. I was like, man, am I gonna stream this early in the morning? But no, it was almost right on time, right on the dot. I didn't even mean for that. I genuinely just thought I was up too early. I guess that's how you know I'm a loser. When I think 11 a.m. is too early. It's 1 p.m. for you, nerd! Anyway. Villa, are you at work? Villa working? Fucking wage cuck? Working? Working your 9 to 5? Nerd? Yeah, you're fucking nerd emojiing right now. I can tell. I don't even need to see you or hear you to know that you're nerd emojiing right now. And it's embarrassing. You need to stop. Mitzi's here. Hi, Mitzi. Villa is a working wage cook. At least I have a job. Again, it's not like I was planning on streaming. It was just a matter of... I had my coffee, and suddenly I was starting to feel pretty amped. And I was like, that's a good sign that... maybe I should stream. Sorry, can't hold your hand today. Fuck you, that's not what I was asking. Not completely. Well... I don't know what I should start with, honestly. Maybe I should just start with what it, like, I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm kind of nervous to talk about this stuff, like, so soon. Because I don't want to, like, get involved again in all of this, like, Lio drama. Like, for the record, I consider myself an outsider looking in with all this drama now. Like, I was there on the front lines a year and a half ago, but I'm a veteran. I'm an unpaid homeless veteran who doesn't get, you know... People just say thank you for your service. Don't worry, babe, we can hold hands later. Yeah. But no, I don't want anyone to think that, like, I'm trying to get myself involved again, or I'm trying to get knee-deep back in the drama, or anything, or expose anything. It's just, it's getting to a fever pitch now, and it's like, I've been bitching about it for the longest time, and I want to, like, maybe it's now time to bitch about it publicly. No VA benefits, just like a real vet, yep. I'm a Lio historian veteran with no benefits. You were on the front lines against your will. It all started because you criticized Peaches, not Lio. Lio shot first. I wouldn't even say that. Like, there are lots of... I hate it when people are like, the only people criticizing Lio are people that just have personal beef with him. Yes, there are definitely plenty of people that the only reason they beef with Lio is because they feel personally slighted by him. That is true. I'm not one of those people. To this day, Lio's done nothing to slight me. He's done nothing to me specifically. He's never wronged me. He's never offended me. He's never hurt me. I just have, like, very fundamental issues with who he is as a person, and I think that's valid, sis. I think that's valid. So true, Lilith, so true. We call that deflection. It does nothing to address the criticisms. I mean, you're right. I've said this so many times, and I hate that I feel like I have to keep repeating myself. I don't hate Lio. I dislike him. I dislike who he is as a person. But I'm not sitting here like, I hate Lio so much. I'm honestly more... If I were to be angry at anybody, it'd be the people that are surrounding Lio. The people that sit around and enable him and make excuses for him. Like Beckett. I'm not gonna mince words anymore. I know I've been... I haven't been very good at hiding my displeasure with Beckett's behavior. But I'm just gonna say it openly. Beckett's being a bitch, alright? And there's a good reason why I didn't really talk to him all that much before, and definitely not now. I told Beckett and Chris Sanark, like a year and a half ago, when they were like, ha, Lio's, we're like talking all the time in VCs, he's so funny, he's so cool. I was sitting there in one of, I think it was the last stream, the last one of Chris Sanark's streams I was actually in, which was over a year ago, and I told him, I was like, hey, I do not agree with keeping Lio around, even if it's just for content, right? I have very fundamental issues with who he is as a person, and if you're able to, like, let all that go and just vibe with the guy because he's funny or quirky or silly, more power to you, but for me, I think that's a mistake. I think that's a huge mistake, and I'm not going to do that. Stop talking about Vlad's boyfriend like that. Ugh. And yeah, I said, you know, you do you. That's your choice to make. Obviously, I'm a nobody. I can't tell them what to do. But I told them back then I think that's a mistake. And I feel like I was pretty correct in that assertion. Because it's still, like, just not working out for them overall. They constantly have to come back, or they at least feel like they have to come back and, like, debate people on Lio's behalf. What game were we playing? Ugh, we're just gonna play fucking... Y'all already know what we're gonna fucking play. We're gonna fucking play fucking Bitcraft. What else would we play? What else would we fucking play except Bitcraft? You know what we're doing. What a silly question to ask, Villa. Oh, silly Villa. Silly little Villa. Wobble Dogs cough. I mean, I could play Wobble Dogs at some point. I just don't want to play it while we're talking about YouTube drama. This is extortion? What happened to Kumu? What happened? Who pissed in your cereal? You must seize the means of production and found limbs of Lominza. We're gonna, eventually. You were gonna take the accountability the way you are supposed to take it. I don't know. I saw... I don't understand them, and like, okay, my take on it. Here's my honest to God, like, no irony, no jokes aside, like, all jokes aside, actually. Not no jokes aside, but whatever. Listen, I'm on my coffee, I'm on my ranting hour, alright? But listen. I don't think it's because Beckett is actually friends with Lio or anything. I don't think he actually likes Lio as a person, or at least that's what I want to believe. Fuck off, Jackal. Fuck off. I need to put more braziers up here. This is ridiculous. You know, they said in the Discord that they're gonna work on it. They're gonna think about working on it. Or something along those lines. They said, what did they say verbatim? They said they had an engineer coming to take a look at the Jackal problem. And I was like, oh, cool. I'm so glad they got Mutahar on the case. This game's so ass. But we play it anyway. Anyway. Those are quotes, silly goose? Yeah, I don't know. Oh no, I'm too... Listen, man. I used to hate... I mean, not used to, I still do. I'm like the biggest hater of using tone indicators, but like I feel like I'm the one who needs them the most. and yet I hate them. Yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry. Villa got to it before I did. I honest to God think that it's not because Beckett likes Lio as a person. I don't think anybody likes Lio, genuinely. You know, unless they're like some 20-something BPD trans guy in their early 20s that have trauma, sparkle, and are easily manipulated. I think it's sunk cost fallacy for people like Beckett at the very least. I think it's sunk cost fallacy. They've been going up and down for like a year, the past year. Being like, he's different now, he's changed, he's cool now. He's changed, guys, he's changed. And they have to stick to that. They just can't find it in themselves to turn around and be like, oh, I was wrong. Because in their eyes, they'll look like more of an idiot if they concede now. So it's literally just a standoff. They have to make this work. For their own reputation's sake. They touted themselves as the people that were gonna hold Lio accountable. And like, I've seen them in people's chats or even on their own streams being like, don't worry guys, we fixed him. Even if they say it in an ironic way. It's like, we fixed him, guys. He's better now. They got Kumo'd. But now that Lio is like doing the same shit, I heard someone, I forget who it was, but someone was like, well, if he was still attacking Rosa, I would say he hasn't changed. Oh, okay, so it's not about him changing, it's just about him picking better targets then, or at least targets that you also don't like. It's not that he's changed, he changed because of them. Oh, that's right, that's right. They want to be the ones to un-lolcow the lolcow. They literally looked at Lio and went, I can fix him. And now, it's not about actually fixing him, it's about salvaging their own reputation. Because they've put so much of it on Lio to actually be changed. At this point, Lio's orbiters are more entertaining. It kind of feels that way. Lio, I can't stand to listen to the guy, dude. I want, like, if I ever have to listen to any, like, Lio or Lio-adjacent content, I can't even listen to the guy's voice. No matter what he's talking about, it's just so annoying. It's the same shit over and over again. I wish I could make some kind of, like, browser extension where if it detects Lio's voice, it just automatically mutes the browser. And then it unmutes when he stops talking. That would be heaven. Or I could just, you know, stop watching Lio-adjacent content. But yeah, it's what Villa said. Like, the orbiters are getting more entertaining. It's kind of like Birdie and the Izzy thing, where it's like... Suddenly, they're becoming way more interesting to me. Because it's like, why? The way... I've seen people, like, give me shit for saying that, like, I treat people like Lio and Vlad more like natural disasters than as actual people. And what I mean by that is that I'm not saying that they are entirely blameless. Alright? They are still responsible for their own actions and their words, right? But I, personally, find it pretty useless to sit there and get angry at the natural disaster. It's a waste of energy and, like, productivity to sit there and be mad at the natural disaster for being a creature of its own nature. Right? I think of it this way. This is the analogy that I brilliantly summoned from my stupid brain, right? But it's like people are like, oh my god, there's a tornado coming, there's a tornado. It looks pretty bad. We should evacuate. There's even, like, tornado warnings blaring off, right? But then some, like, weather YouTuber or some weather tuber or some storm chaser comes along. Like a trusted person that people trust to give you accurate information on the weather. Music is a bit loud. Shit. I didn't think it was that loud, but alright. Okay. Is that better? There. Is that better? Alright. But then you have like an expert, or at least a so-called expert storm chaser, come in and be like, actually, the tornado's not that bad. I think everyone is a little... I think everyone is exaggerating a little bit when they say that this tornado is dangerous. Like, the tornado used to be bad, but it's calmed down since then. It's really not that bad anymore. All right? And if you keep talking about how dangerous it is, like, I think you guys are just harping on an old topic. All right? This has already been litigated. The tornado is not dangerous. And so because of that, it rolls through and hurts a lot of people, damages a lot of stuff that otherwise would not have been harmed if people had just been telling them consistently to get out of the fucking way. I'm gonna get more mad at the person that was telling everybody there's nothing to worry about. Don't evacuate the path of the tornado. It's not gonna hurt you. It's harmless. The tornado's just a little bit retarded, guys. There's a new TISM report. The TISM report in general. I did see that you put out the Ponder Sprocket call that you had with him in 2023. Is that the same call where Ponder was sitting there being like, yeah, I don't really remember anything. I don't remember anything. It was all so long ago. Gosh, it was a million years ago. Gosh, what was it, back in like 89? 89? Somewhere. I'll have to check my pictures. I'll have to talk to my friend Shmita and I'll have to get back to you on that one. It was just a million years ago. I guessed that call. Cool. I'm not gonna watch that call. I already get, like, I don't even have to watch it to understand the gist of it. I don't remember. It was a million years ago. It's not my problem. But yeah, I think it's a little bit frustrating. Just the overall situation. I'm glad I took a entire year-long hiatus. And it's like someone called, who was it? Somebody called me a former Lio critic. And I was like, excuse me, former? I'm still critical of Lio. I don't know why it's former, but whatever. I'm just not so, like... What's the word? I don't know. I consider myself having, like, I haven't done, like, a Lio stream, like, directed at any Lio content or any Lio debates or calls or anything like that for, like, a year. A little over a year. I'm pretty sure, now correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the last dedicated stream I did to any Lio calls or content was back in last June when it came to the Kumo debate. I could be wrong, but I may have talked about Lio here and there for sure, absolutely. But I haven't made any Lio content for quite some time. And I don't plan on starting. I'm just here to give my 2 cents on stuff, having been someone even, like, loosely involved. And I mean that very, very literally loosely involved. I barely did anything. I helped Akumu with the FCK logs, and that's my biggest claim to fame. Like, that's it. Oh, right. I was also one of the people to kind of handhold Beckett and Kristanark in learning about Lio in the first place, so a little bit of stolen valor there, okay? Everyone calls Beckett the Lio historian, but he really kind of just, you know, he swiped that information off of me, Kumo, and Vlad, let's be honest. Okay, we were the ones who spoon-fed them all that information that they could, regurgitate to the rest of the commentary community. And I'm not complaining about stolen credit. I don't mind. That's what I told Kumo back in the day when Kumo was freaking the fuck out, being like, they're gonna steal all our credit. They're gonna take the credit away from us. And I was like, dude, as long as the information gets out there, I don't care if they take credit for it. I don't care. I just want more people to know about what kind of bullshit Lio's up to. And Peaches at the time. I just wanted the word to get out there accurately. And that's why I was there mostly. I was there to just be like, hey, here's what happened, here's what didn't happen. People are saying that Jordan was underage when they move into Lio's house. That's not true. You know, people are saying that Lio's a pedophile. That's not true. You know, people are saying that Lio sexually groomed people. That's not true. I was there to give accurate information to the best of my abilities. And I think I did a pretty good job. Now, if I knew back then that Beckett was basically going to become friends with Lio and endlessly go to bat for him at every corner of the internet, I wouldn't have even spoken to him. But, you know, hindsight's a bitch. But, yeah, there are plenty of other reasons I'm not happy with Beckett, and they are, I would say, personal. Maybe even petty. Okay. I won't sit here and try to say, like, you know, Beckett's a bad person because blah blah blah. It's like, no, I have petty issues with the guy. Very clearly. The Enlaa well is tainted because, checks notes. You're actually the worst person ever. Yeah, just to rehash it out just a little bit, when I spoke, the last time I spoke to Lio, like, genuinely about, like, oh gosh, that was back in May of last year. I remember, I think I was in a call, Akumu can correct me if I'm wrong, I was in a call with Akumu, and some other people in Kumo's server, and we were just kind of bitching about Lio and other things as we usually did, right? And I think one of us was like, why does Lio even dislike me? Like, what is his issue with me? And I think I even asked that question. What is his issue with me specifically? And Kumo or Akumu was like, you should just ask him. Like, ask him. Because I was in Seraphina's server at the time, so I was able to just message him if I wanted to. And so I was like, okay, fine. And I messaged Lio, and I was just like, hey, so why don't you like me? Like, why do you dislike me? What's your issue with me? And he told me the reason he doesn't like me and that I'm a bad person is that I'm inconsistent with my values. That was one of them. But he couldn't tell me what values I was inconsistent on. And 2, I hang around with creeps. Now, granted, Nurth was around at the time, and I take the L on that. But to be fair, this was before all the shit about Nurth was, like, found out. Like, this was back in May, and I found out about the Nurth stuff, or at least was starting to hear about it in August. So this was before that. And I was like, okay, well, give me some examples of people that are, like, that I'm hanging around with that are freaks and creeps. And obviously 2 examples were Kumo and Vlad, both of which he's cool with now, and those were the 2 main reasons why he disliked me, but now he's cool with them. Alright? And another one he gave was... what's her fucking name? I don't remember. Started with an S. It's... why do I keep thinking Spazdor? It's not Spazdor. Fuck. I don't want to get the name wrong. Villa, help me out here. It was somebody that was in my Discord server for like a month. And she liked Lolicon stuff 10 years ago. Spar Danger, that's right. It was like her crime was 10 years ago she liked Sonic Lolicon art. And I asked her about that, and she's like, yeah, that was 10 years ago. It was totally wrong. I learned different. I regret that every day of my life, and I'm working to... I've since then worked to be a better person. And I was like, that's cool. That's good for you. You know, she didn't make excuses for it. She was like, yeah, that was wrong. I don't do that anymore. Crash Out Arc? Yeah, I don't know about that. I was sent a video. I kind of skimmed it briefly, and it seems like Bruce is on some wild shit again. And then... by the time that Lio was like, you're hanging out with freaks, like Spar Danger. Spar Danger wasn't even in my server anymore. Cobra Commander was another one where he was like, you're friends with freaks. But it's like, I don't think I even spoke to Cobra Commander. He was just in my server. And we kicked him out when we found out that he was trying to, like, he was, like, pretending to be a 15-year-old on the internet to bait, what he thought were, like, pedophiles or frame people as pedophiles. right? That's when we kicked him out. And then the last example he gave was Cosmic. Cosmic Hates Cosmic was one of the people he did an accountability call on, if you remember. Oh yeah, he certainly doesn't do those anymore, guys. But Cosmic was somebody who was having a petty spat, like, with, like, other people on the internet. She was accused of cyber stalking, which, what it sounds like it had culminated to was her just, like, following their public Twitter and, like, keeping tabs on somebody that was talking shit about them, as far as I know. To this day, I still haven't been given any evidence of, like, genuine cyber stalking from Cosmic to somebody else. But what Lio failed, like, so the reason why they had this huge accountability call with Cosmic is, like, apparently the story is that Cosmic Hates Cosmic, it was like 7 years ago, this person was like, yeah, I was 11 at the time, and one of Cosmic's friends was having an inappropriate sexual conversation with me about Danganronpa characters and asking me about which ones I'd want to fuck. I was 11 at the time. And the only question that Lio asks Cosmic about that is if that happened. Cosmic says yes, and Lio instantly is like, you're not safe to be around kids anymore. But when I asked Cosmic, I was like, 7 years is a long time gap. Like, and considering that Cosmic is also somebody in her early 20s, I asked Cosmic, how old are you now? And she was like, either she was like 21 or 22. And I did the math, which is just 20-something minus 7 is 13, so it's like 20, right? 20 or 13 or 14. And I was like, okay, if you're 20, 21 now, that means you were 13 to 14 when that incident happened, so you were also a young minor at the time. And, not to mention, she wasn't even there when that conversation allegedly happened. All she was confirming to Lio is that it happened, not that she was there or complicit in it. And I told this stuff to Lio, very flat out, very, like, matter of fact, like, this is the information. I have the same information you did, I just did the math a little bit, and I asked her these things. And she would have been 13 at the time. Lio never responded. And then months later, he brought out the same thing again, you hang out with freaks. And when I asked, what freaks? He said, he said something like, you don't even know because you're so stupid. You're just so stupid. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're so dumb. Is your brain even working? You're so stupid. And I was like, yeah, this isn't very productive. It's like, I'm inconsistent with my values, but he won't tell me what values I'm being inconsistent on. And I hang out with creeps and freaks, but either he can't specify them, or the examples he gives are people I don't even talk to anymore, or people that I rarely talk to, or people that just happen to be in my public server at the time, or people that aren't even freaks or creeps or degenerates. Sure, if you want to criticize me for keeping Nurth around as long as I did, good. I mean, yeah, you got me. I fucked up. That was wrong of me. But, again, that doesn't explain why Lio disliked me before all that stuff. If he wants to claim that's the reason he dislikes me now, more power to him. But, yeah. Before that, I don't know what his fucking excuse was, because now he's cool with all the people that he was, like, shitting on me for associating with. Anyway, this isn't about me. Just figured I'd get that shit out of the way. I know, it's just petty. It's just petty, but, like, he tries to disguise it as some moral, like, as something about values or consistency with values. Your values, your... even, like, in some cases, your spirituality, your morals. But it's not about that. Most of the time with Lio, it's somebody annoyed him, and that's when he goes out of his way to find dirt on the person, because people like Lio, they need to... it's not enough to just be like, I dislike this person because they're annoying. It has to be, I dislike this person because they're probably a freak, predator, degenerate who hangs out with children and does predatory shit, and they're probably a freak and a creep, and it's like... Or you could just dislike them for being annoying. That's fine too. But to them, that seems... I don't know, it's... They hate being seen as petty. You know what I mean? He can't say the magic name Peaches, which, if I was a betting man, that was the actual reason. Oh, you're right. Yeah. I had the audacity. That's the real reason, I think, at the beginning, is because I had the audacity to criticize his beloved Peaches. Oh, and let's not forget, he was doing the Psy thing before he did it to Psy. He, in the February 29th call of 2024, he said that he had information that there was a creep or a degenerate or some kind of predator hanging around in my server, and he explicitly made it clear in that recording that he was going to withhold that information until he could expose it himself in a video, and that we would, quote, have fun eating each other alive over finding out who it was. When in reality, it turned out the person that he was referring to was someone that was banned within 11 minutes of entering the server. Beckett and Chris might be trying to lure him into becoming their personal cow. If that's the case, it's a long fucking con, and he's starting to drag them down with him, which is what I knew would happen. Nobody listens to me. I'm just a 1K shit streamer. What kind of important things do I have to say about anything? If it is just to protect their precious cow, they're getting covered in his milk, so to speak. They're getting drenched in his stench. Do you think it's because they want their own... What's his name? I don't even remember his name. The cooler, not Lio. The cooler retard. The actually based retard. What's his name? Smaggle. They want their own Smaggle. Never say that again. What did I say? I've been saying a lot of shit. Oh, that. I mean, it's true. I mean, imagine if I wanted to make Dion my personal lolcow. And I was like going around from person to person, like defending Dion's honor. And going into his chats and, like, calling him and buddying up with him just for the sole purpose of keeping him to myself. That's gay as fuck. Which is why I don't think that's what's happening. I really think it is just stubbornness and sunk cost fallacy. I do believe it's that. They're in too deep to give up now. They have to keep going. Wait till chat learns that you called Lio funny and charming. You'd be cancelled. Oh my god. Okay. I said that, yes, I can see how people can see him as funny and charming. Because Lio has that narcissistic charm where if you see him around long enough, there are moments he has where you just go, oh, Lio. I've seen, like, I can't stand to listen to him. His voice. Alright, nothing he says in voice is funny, ever. I've seen, though, he's given, like, donations when Chris and Ark or Beckett were talking about other topics, where it's like, okay, that's a funny zinger. There was, like, a comment about Japan he made once where I was like, that's kind of funny. I can see how somebody could be manipulated into thinking Lio's just a cool, silly guy. And Lio does have like a moniker of charm to him, but it's a very fragile charm. It's a very fragile likability, because the moment you poke at it at all, it comes completely apart. Like we saw in the Emro call, where Emro wasn't even being that harsh to him, and they were just asking him really basic questions, and he instantly just turned to petulism. Is even petulism? No, I think it's petulance. Fuck. He will just immediately turn to, you're so stupid. Oh my god, you're a retard. You're a moron. I can't believe it. Are you stupid? Or is there something wrong with you? Like, just all the classic Darvo shit, right? It's like, it's so delicate. Like, oh my god, he's so funny, he's so charming, but the second anyone challenges that or throws him off, it goes completely out the window. And that's what I'm talking about when I say he can be funny and charming, because he knows how to weaponize it. He tried using it with me, with the whole Crystal Flame thing. When, a year ago, Crystal Flame had her whole drama that chased her out. Lio came into my DMs with, the gif, with the first time gif. Like, oh, you too, huh? And he tried to start some kind of weird form of solidarity with me. And when I didn't bite, he turned back to being petulant and trying to call me evil and, stuff again. You know, just ignoring that he definitely tried to buddy up with me in that moment. It's not like I said anything biting back to him or I told him to fuck off or anything. I just completely gray rocked it. Like, yes, nope, yes, nope, yes, no. Yes, I've seen that, and that's partially the reason why I want to do this stream and yap about it, because listening to Beckett lose his fucking mind that his own streamer buddies, his own streamer fuck buddies will not back him up on this is so funny to me. I don't know, I'm just saying anyone willing to go to a McDonald's and a Walmart to have a Discord meltdown seems like a cow if you want to keep around. Oh. I'm just saying anyone- sorry, I'm bad at reading. I'm saying anyone willing to go to a McDonald's and a Walmart to have a Discord meltdown seems like a cow you'd want to keep around to milk. I can somewhat agree with you. I mean, Dion, I guess it depends on your temperament. It depends on if you are able to keep yourself separate from the cow. Or else the cow is going to fucking sit on you. And take you for a ride, probably. It's alright, I'm bad at reading. It's a really bad combination. I don't blame you at all. You know, it's funny, I was excited to see Emro, like, tear into Lio a bit more, but then he just went on in a complete malding spree about Sai, of all people. Bill and I were joking, like, imagine all these guys getting this angry at some, like, old lesbian with bad takes and opinions. God. What is it about Sai that pisses these people off so much? There's something about Sai that, like, she has, like a psychic barrier that prevents people from just being able to say, agree to disagree and move on. It's so funny to witness. I'd check in, like, every 20 to 30 minutes, and I'd be like, yeah, Emro's still talking about Sai. Even though the title of the stream was about Lio. Autistic woman, their only weakness. I don't even like Sai. Like, I mean, like, I don't hate her. I'm indifferent to her. I don't think that she should have gotten involved in this. I think she's the wrong kind of person to get involved in this stuff. If I were to choose anyone to try and take Lio to task, it would not be Sai Scribbles. Because Sai... the last thing you need is a person that is reactive. And very much, like, kind of a, like... How could you do this? How dare you? You know, I don't know. I was crashing the fuck out. Oh, Sai is just obnoxious to me with her number game. Number game? What the hell is number game? To me, Sai is kind of like a female Lio. That's what Villa said, funnily enough. To me with her... oh, fuck, I can't read! She doesn't know when to shut up for 5 minutes. Yeah. He just kept repeating himself and I was yelling, yeah. I was like, you just want to watch Limbus Company story, like, instead? We can do that instead. I was like, bro, let's just go watch Limbus Company. She constantly brings up subscriber numbers and acts like they matter. Are we gonna watch the Spurgfest between Beckett and Vlad and Emro with a live Enlaa reacts? Perhaps. Perhaps. It's not like I had this on standby or anything. Do you think Lio got Courtney Pete into his orbit because he realized the next vector of attack against him might be complacency about Lily Orchard? I don't know. I don't know. And I think I understand enough about the Lily Orchard drama to know that it's not that Lio is complacent with pedophiles. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just because it's really fucking simple. It's really simple. Lily Orchard, he didn't go after Lily Orchard simply because Lily didn't do anything to him personally. That's why. If you follow Lio's typical pattern of behavior, he will only really go after people if they did something to him first. Whether that was even something as simple as annoying him, or criticizing him, or annoying or criticizing somebody that he likes, like Peaches, or anybody in his immediate circle. Those are the kinds of people he goes after. He wouldn't go after someone like Lily Orchard because Lily Orchard didn't do anything to him. Now, you could argue that means in a roundabout way that he is complacent with pedophiles. I don't know. I'm not going to be the one to make that argument. That's for other people to argue. I don't like to make sweeping statements like that if I'm not 100% convicted in it. Doodles proved that for me. He's complacent. I mean, he definitely has a pattern, right? There is a pattern of behavior there. But I'm not going to be the one to sit here and be like, he likes pedophiles. Not gonna be the one to say it. That's a... You're opening a whole can of worms with a statement like that, in my opinion. But, I still stand on business, ever since day one. I don't like the guy. The first thing I ever said about Lio in any of my streams or content is, I don't like Lio. That was the first thing I ever said about Lio. Like, again... I'm not, like, criticizing Lio because he did something to me. Bro never did anything to me. I just don't like him. Because I don't like the kind of person he is. And it's okay to not like somebody because of that. Okay. Oh, this is, muted. Hold on, give me a second. There we go. Yes, we're gonna watch this. Hey, Akumu. You called him annoying because all he was doing was hyping Peaches during Nyx and Jackie stuff? Yeah, and my biggest criticism for them at the time is that their methods were not productive or efficient in any way. Their method of just dragging somebody problematic into a call and, like, berating them for 2 hours is not productive and it doesn't do anything. And it makes the person, this is something I said, it does the opposite, and it makes the person that you're criticizing a sympathetic person. Which I'm sad he never followed through with his hit piece on you. He had receipts. Ugh. I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah. And he'll say that I defended Nyx and Jackie's behavior. I defend their right to be able to grow as people and move on from those things. But whatever. Just, it's like, it's so in the past now, it's not even relevant. Nobody cares about that shit anymore. Hey, what's up? Yes, more people are finding out I'm talking about the thing. And they're gonna come and check it out. Yeah.
Because for what it's worth, making fun of you is funny. Emro, you're live and alive. How you doing, buddy?
Holy shit.
What's up?
Oh my fucking God.
What's up, motherfucker?
Ow. Fuck.
You guys,
What's
let me
up?
know if it's too loud or too quiet. It's just what we're doing. Fateful Ground
Dude, you
Zero,
were
yeah.
so fucking loud. Did you do that on purpose?
Nah, motherfucker, that's on you,
He's
brother.
just Italian.
What
Just
the
tell-
fuck?
What's up, brother?
Dude, my headphones were at 100. This guy.
So you and I
What
have
have people seen him?
You and I have had the discussion. I'm gonna make myself very clear with Lyle.
I forgot what I said.
Let me be clear.
I've had this discussion. I've had this discussion with you. I've had this discussion with other people. I want to make it like kind of like well known. The way
Also, I do not care if it is actually pronounced morale. I don't give a shit. In no way in hell am I gonna call a grown man morale. I'm not doing that. I refuse.
view Lio personally, Lio knows this. Lio Convoy is a gateway to the ACC, and a lot of the former victims of the ACC have kind of used him currently as kind of a gateway for their own like comeuppance and their own retribution.
Yeah, some examples I would give is like Rin, Patch, Sasu. Whether or not they're cool with Lio now or not, they're definitely people that jumped onto this that were like, look what Lio did to me! But guys... look what Lio did to me, though! I'm a victim! It's like, no one cares. I don't care. That's why I feel like I have to constantly say, Lio's done fucking nothing to me. I just don't like the guy.
Julie is one of them.
Hi, I'm here. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say, Discretion? Don't say that word.
Who I will not, like, I'm not gonna.
I'm glad
show
you stopped yourself.
Less to a degree, Akumu, because Akumu is its own creator.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Akumu. I think it's inaccurate to say Akumu used Lio for his own comeuppance. He used Peaches for his own comeuppance. Let's be clear here.
But truly
He
specifically,
used Ponder for his own comeuppance, and Nezzy and Doodle Tones.
and all the other people,
Let's at least stay accurate here.
my personal thing has always been with Lio Convoy.
Akumu, when are you gonna make other shit? I want to hear you talk about other cool things. Like, talk about the medical industry. Talk about the pharmaceutical industry. Remember, like, a year ago when we had a conversation about that? It sounded like you were pretty invested in that. It sounded like you were pretty knowledgeable in that. I want to hear you talk about more about that.
Is I've listened to the Rosa call privately. It fucking pisses me off to like actually no degree.
I think it's fair for people to bring up the Rosa call as a means to say, here's how Lio hasn't changed. Because here's a lot of the same shit that he's still doing. I get kind of like a little bit peeved when people are just like, oh my god! He was mean to this Rosa person. It's like, yeah, we know. You know. It's really, like, it's painful to listen to. I think I've said this so many times in previous streams, but I'm gonna say it here just to make it crystal clear. All right, Lio has apologized for the Rosa call. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a bad apology. I don't believe it's a genuine apology. I think he only apologized because of the backlash and the pressure to do so. But the fact of the matter is, he still apologized. Anyone who's sitting here being like, that it's not good enough, he hasn't done enough to make up for it, you're being gay, okay? You're being fucking gay. Fact of the matter is, he still apologized. And in my opinion, if someone apologizes, you don't have to accept the apology. You don't have to think the apology is genuine. But the fact of the matter is, they still apologize, and that doesn't mean you get to stand there and demand more apologies from that person. Because an apology is not an apology. Like, it's not going to be a satisfactory apology if it's not genuine. Well, you can't use gay as an insult in 2025, the year of our Lord.
And I will fucking crash out.
If it isn't obvious, I'm very petty to people who try to fuck me over. Fair. Yes and no, I am working on a timeline video detailing the beef that involves the copyright stuff. Akumu. I feel like it's time it's time to move on. Not that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. You're absolutely right in a lot of these cases. I just think it's time. It's time for you to branch off to bigger and better things. Bigger and better things. I think it's time, Akumu. I It's time for you to spread your wings and soar. I feel like every time you risk getting stuck down in the muck with this shit and not moving on. Oh, different one involving a game? Okay. Fair enough.
2, my whole thing is, and I've told you this privately, and I can say this publicly, I've told this to other people.
I just assumed it was like the copyright stuff due to Kai Weiss or some other like Ponder Sprocket bullshit.
Ostracizing, I think attacking Lio for things that, it's a lot like Jar. If you start whittling at him
Jar?
personally, if you start whittling at him for things that I believe are not accurate, you start creating the Jar effect of you're throwing things at him that don't necessarily stick, and thus the desperate victims that have kind of seen him as not necessarily a champion.
One of my biggest mistakes in this whole thing, when I first started out, was allowing my server to become a refuge for the raped. I'm stealing this from Malcolm because I thought it was funny. One of my biggest mistakes was allowing my server to become a refuge for Lio's detractors. Kubo. I should not have allowed, like, I never wanted it to be that, and I would listen when people were telling me, don't let it be a refuge for the raped, alright? It's like, I was constantly fighting this. Thankfully, thank God, I don't have to do this anymore. It's so much more freeing to just run a server where if I don't like you anymore, you're out, you know? And I should have taken people's advice and ran my server like that when it was public. But like I'm a big proponent of not freedom of speech, but like freedom to, if you're not like breaking any rules, or you're not like being a hateful person, or you're not just screaming, I'm gonna fucking kill myself like Sasu did. And that's why I kicked him out. If you're not doing shit like that, I feel like you have the right to come in and complain about whatever you want. We even had a channel specifically, we still do. We have a channel specifically for religion, philosophy, politics, and Final Fantasy XIV. All of those in one channel. Like, I've never been a fan of saying, you can't talk about that here, get out. But that also opens the door to your server becoming the refuge for the raped. I'm sorry, that was a mistake of mine, but at the same time, it's like, I think shutting that shit down would have gone against my personal convictions about it, and that's why I didn't do that. It's not because I wanted to, like, hear all the juicy... I mean, there were so many people that would just send me, like, paid, like, screenshots upon screenshots of, like, look at this thing that Lio did to me. Look at this entire Google Doc of stuff that Lio did to me. Talk about it. And I would just ignore it. Because that's never what I wanted to be. I didn't want to be that guy that was like, look at what he did there, and there, and there, and oh my god, he's so bad. Look at this photograph. People did that to me too. Yeah, and we just ignored it. But yeah, it doesn't mean it wasn't a mistake, but I feel like if like in that moment, it's the best choice I could have made. Now, I would have been a lot more picky about the people I let in and out, right? Let out, as if I wouldn't let people out of the server. You know what I mean.
But it's safer for them to get their feelings out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like I had to learn a lot throughout the past year and a half of like, there are so many things I would have done differently, especially with like Kumo and Vlad, and me just sort of being like, because like I was still new to commentary, right? Like you can absorb a lot through osmosis of listening to commentary for years, but actually like being kind of involved in commentary was something that was completely foreign to me. And I think it's a lot harder to make the right decisions when you're in the middle of it. That's why hindsight is 20/20. But yeah, I feel like I've learned a lot, and I'm taking that going forward as to what to do and what not to do from here on out. And I think the biggest thing I learned was just to stick to my guns, stick to my convictions, and if someone tells me I'm being a bitch, or I'm being an asshole, or I'm being a pussy for kicking somebody out because I don't like the cut of their jib anymore, I just have to suck it up and just be like, you know what? I don't like this person anymore. I don't like the cut of their jib. You're out. I'm sorry. You know? I think that's what I should have done from the get-go, but yeah, it's hard to know that when you it's hard to know what you don't know, I guess.
We'll start
Anyway, this is the hour of the Yapla. I'm so sorry, guys.
bolstering themselves around him, and thus you cannot reason with them when you are attacking Lio. Or you're criticizing. Because for me, the call that we're going to react to is him just being a fucking lolcat.
The call?
Like, I listened to this, and I truth be told, I literally was like, why the fuck am I listening to this call? Why the fuck are you constantly engaging with a troll, consistently and constantly? Now, when it comes to his prior history, I understand that he has apologized for some of it. I have not personally heard the soft retractions when I've asked.
So all I know with like the Rosa stuff is like, I wish these guys would just watch Lio's addressing things video, and they would know so much more about this. Because contrary to popular belief, in that video that Lio did, the addressing things video, he doesn't apologize, as far as I'm aware. It's been a while since I've seen it, but he doesn't apologize directly to Rosa. He doesn't say, Rosa, I am sorry for the way that you were treated, or I am sorry for the way Rosa was treated. What he apologizes for was saying offensive things. Was saying offensive and deplorable things. Not really specifying what things he said that he thinks were offensive and deplorable. Just, you know, I said offensive things and I'm sorry. However, he has apologized to Rosa as well. Now, that in itself took a little bit of teeth pulling, but he did end up apologizing directly to Rosa, and Rosa, as far as I know, has forgiven him. But even that apology took a lot of teeth pulling. It took a lot of back and forth. At first, he tried to send Asuka to go and apologize on his behalf, and people were like, Lio, you need to apologize yourself. And, like, eventually he did it. Begrudgingly. But an apology is still an apology, even if it's not genuine, I think. That's my take on it. And if Rosa forgives him, if Rosa accepts the apology, that's her prerogative. That's good for her for being able to do that, I think. He had his Discord kittens deliver the apology and was a whole mess. 'Twas quite funny. Yeah, I remember. But yeah, I think... But in the actual addressing things video, and reminder, this video is like scripted. It's fully scripted. It was like re-scripted at least a couple of times from what I remember. He spent more time making justifications for the call than apologizing for it. He would say, let me be clear, the offensive things I said were wrong and I'm sorry. But then, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, based on memory, but then he would go on to talk about all the terrible, but look at the thing that Rosa did here, and look at what she did here, and here's why I don't think that she's totally innocent, and look at how crazy she is here and there, and it's like, oh my god. And he blamed Peaches for a lot of stuff too, where it was like, yeah, but Peaches manipulated me, Peaches lied to me, Peaches was so mean to me. Yeah, keep in mind, a week after the video, the Sasu call happens, and the Lumi call happens, where suddenly he's talking about, like, being molested by his grandpa and stuff like that. I'm not gonna talk about that, right? But I just think it's wild that, like, suddenly he is, like, a massive victim out of nowhere. And the only time he ever talks about being a victim is when it benefits him to say that. Like in the Psy argument, when he was like, Psy, were you ever raped? Were you ever raped? And Psy was like, I don't remember. She just said, I don't need to give you that information, which is fair. And he just goes, well, I was, so shut the fuck up. Like, suddenly playing the victim Olympics. It's like, Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah. But you can but it's perfectly fine for you to tell other people to like, you know, get raped and stuff. I don't know. All these commentary normies are tourists. Tourists, I say! Yeah, I don't know.
About specifically the Rosa call, I have been told.
I'm not gonna talk.
personally-
I'm not gonna talk in detail about that though. That's not my wheelhouse. I don't know. I have thoughts on it, but those are my thoughts.
It's the most embarrassing thing about all of that. So he has not.
If it's the most
defended
embarrassing
to me.
thing, why does he continue to like justify it?
No, he hasn't justified it to me. I don't know where it's like.
That's another thing. All of these people are so confident. They'll be like, here's where Lio's changed. This is where he's changed. He changed because of this. This happened, and this is what you guys are doing. And then people will be like, yeah, but that's not what happened. Lio did this. Here's this thing that Lio did that contradicts that. And then they'll be like, well, I don't know anything about that. Or, well, I don't know about that. I haven't really been paying attention, to be honest. And I don't really care, actually. I don't really care. This is all retarded anyway. Like, anytime any of their convictions about Lio are contradicted, they immediately fall back to, yeah, I don't know anything about that. I don't know about that. I haven't been paying attention, actually. I actually don't know anything. Who's Lio? But Lio did nothing wrong.
Personally speaking, he hasn't justified.
All right.
Justifying it publicly.
I hear ya.
The stupidest thing known to me. If he's justifying,
It's also because the op block is a little bit quiet himself. I think everybody else in this call is like 10 times louder than him.
I mean, it's public. Yeah, I've heard. I was sent like today on stream. I was sent like voice clips and stuff of him like doing voice messages where it was like him like making soft excuses for the Rosa call. He was like, well, like she like I can't remember. It was fucking hours ago, but I don't know. It seems like he's giving like soft.
I feel like if you're gonna come onto a live stream or even just like a recorded call and try to debate the actions of like stuff that somebody said or did, I feel like you need to have that evidence ready to go. Like on speed dial. If you're gonna come in and say Lio said this, and then they're like, where? And you're like, it was somewhere. It was somewhere or other. I don't really remember. That just like it damages your point, I think.
Justifications.
Like that's a criticism I have for a lot of these, where it's like I don't really know where I heard it, but I'm pretty sure it happened.
Or trying to, at the very least, like downplay it a little bit.
If he's doing that, he's a fucking moron. I'm gonna be like legit because.
Oh yeah, and they'll say that too. Like if Lio is doing the thing that proves exactly why he hasn't changed, then he's being an idiot retard.
But I've asked it of him or
But
of other people.
I feel like they all just run by the same playbook. If he's doing that, then he's dumb.
It's been.
But
Yes, there are caveats to potentially Rosa because there's other things involved. But ultimately, she is a mentally ill woman. She requires a carer. And ultimately, that call should have never happened because the individual at the center of it, the actual server owner, was avoiding responsibility, and Rosa was the easy target because she was the only one who was responding.
Yeah, we all know that. We've all known that for a while now. Where the fuck did Bob go? Hey! Come back here.
To which there's a reason I haven't reacted to it. The reason I haven't reacted to it is not the sweep for
like
Lion.
soy. Like soy.
It's like personally for me, I will probably like fucking break TOS. I have to watch myself on it.
What?
Okay, my question for you: if you know that this thing that Lio done, it makes you so viscerally upset, why do you stick around him? Why do you continue to like?
So here's what I say. Here's what I always say. I personally believe that everybody's capacity to change.
They always fall back on that. They always say that until it's somebody they don't like. I believe everybody has the capacity to change, and then somebody they don't like fucks up. Oh my god. How could you ever forgive this person?
He to himself, for me, has not defended it. If he's defending it currently, I'm going to have an issue with that. Again,
And that's the part where you should probably, like, pull up the receipts you have of him defending it. But again, these people just, like, they fly off the seat of their pants and just kind of jump into these calls completely unprepared. And fair enough, they're all, like, debaters. You know, this is what they do. They debate. You know, it's like, debate it now, prove it later. I think that's just kind of their culture. But if it were me, if I were the kind of person to jump into calls and just start arguing with people, I'd have shit, like, ready to go. I'd have the receipts ready to pull up at any given moment. I'd have notes, you know? But that's just because maybe it's just because I'm not a debater. I'm not good at that, so I don't do it.
this is the other thing. I'm gonna make fun of him when he fucks up.
I know to stay in my lane, basically.
He is not doxing people, as well as certain other things like predator hunting, as well as I think this call. This call is kind of like a line for me personally. I know that's probably soy.
So, are you going... If it's a line for you, are you going to stop associating with Lio? No. This is a line for me personally? Okay. But, you know, it doesn't change anything? No. Then it's not a line. It's not a line for you if it doesn't change anything.
Gay to say, but this shit kind of annoys me a little bit. I'm gonna cover it. I'm gonna call him a lol cow. I'm gonna do that whole thing.
And that's it. That's it, buddy. You crossed the line with me, alright? I'm gonna call you stupid. Take that.
Jordan's.
He literally doxed VQ. I don't know if he has. I'm not gonna say definitively. I know he said that he hopes VQ gets doxed. I know I've heard him say that. I haven't heard him, like, actually doxing him. And then it depends on what your definition of doxing is.
The Jordan stuff, I don't have as much knowledge about.
How? How do you... That's like one of the primary biggest criticisms people have of Lio is the stuff that he pulled with Jordan. That's some of the biggest shit. How do you not know about that? Yeah, it was a good example of Lio being Lio.
He knew the girl since she was 13, and she was preyed upon four separate...
Was it 13? I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me, it was either 15 or 16, but I don't remember.
Times.
Yes.
He knew about all of it, and instead of, you know, contacting...
It wasn't 17 like other people were saying it was.
Parents, contacting authorities, contacting any sort of resources.
Yes.
He didn't do any of that.
He didn't know what rain was.
And then when she was 17 and got preyed on by one of his friends, he brought her onto a live stream and then read out the DMs live and then brought the predator...
Yeah, it's like these guys will confidently debate on shit that, like, they only have, like, very vague knowledge about.
Predator or whatever into the call and had the girl confront her, and she was on like the verge of tears when the guy went into the call. And again, this is like no resources were used, no resources were contacted to get her out of the situation or get her internet access monitored or removed. And then when she turned 18, Lio Convoy moved her in with him.
Yes.
And then in a different state, mind you.
In fairness, I don't have a lot of information or knowledge about Lio's shit pre-2022, 2023. So I usually don't make big sweeping statements about stuff that he did pre that time, you know what I mean? But again, that's just me trying to stay in my fucking lane.
And then when she had no resources, no connections, no family, no friends out there, he kicked her out. Whether it was just
that is true,
or not to kick her out, whatever. But this guy basically allowed this girl to be put into like continuous dangerous situations. And then when she was inevitably preyed upon, he would use her for content. And then he said, like, he on this stream that he brought her onto when she was 17, it was said like, oh, this girl, like, she just can't say no. Like, all these people will send her dick pics and she like likes them. She likes the dick pics.
Yeah, the thing that pissed me off the most is that it sounded like they were really trying to villainize and isolate Jordan from his mom, because the mom, quote unquote, didn't do anything when the mom did kick him out the next day. And the only reason he was coming back to the house was to get more of his stuff and leave. And it's not like the guy was staying overnight or anything. That they blew that way out of proportion. To, like, they were just like, oh, your mom's evil. It's like, okay.
And she's just so horny, she can't say no. And it's like, Lio was just...
Who the fuck is Daddy Jim? You mean, like, the guy with cancer?
Complicit in all of this. And I feel like, to me, as someone who like disagrees with like the whole internet vigilantism, pedo hunter stuff, I think that is probably the worst thing he's done, because this is almost like a 7-year, almost decade.
Oh, I like this comment. There's no proof he didn't contact any resources. You can't prove something didn't happen. Okay, we'll prove that he didn't contact resources. Medicare? Yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
A long relationship that he's had with this little girl, and he did nothing to help her. In fact, he put her constantly
Cancer man
into situations that would amplify her chances of getting like preyed upon. And to me, I look at situations
And then, of course, you have the people in the chat being like, "You're misgendering Jordan! How dare you!"
like that, and I'm like, okay, like he's just not. He's refusing to talk to someone like Aiden, and then Beckett will call into Aiden's stream, and it's like pulling teeth.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure, didn't Lio contact his local police that, like, were not in Jordan State at all whatsoever?
To get Beckett to like denounce anything this guy's done, and it's like,
yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Everybody just defends this guy or justifications. Little girl, okay, Trev, 13 is a little girl, motherfucker.
Yeah,
You're retarded.
I would agree. I would agree with that.
Well, my bad. I'm falling for the trap. Fuck.
Why are you one guying yourself in my fucking chat? Emro?
Everybody defends this guy, and I don't understand why. That's the point.
You and I have talked about it. I literally said it just now.
My entire conversation.
My biggest thing is when engaging with Lio.
I just realized I don't even have my thingy up. I don't even have my silly little thingy up. Why not? Also, for some reason, I have this on both things. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta do some background maintenance. Just gotta do a bit of background maintenance here. Excuse me. You barely noticed he never had it up? I was gaming! Wait, that wasn't on purpose? No. Absolutely not. There we go. Do you guys prefer it like this, or should I have the light on at all times? There. Is it better like this? Where it's just on all the time? I think it's better like this for now. We're wearing this one today. I like this one, I do. I still need to, like, put a thing around it, but I forget. Shadow is good in case audio randomly breaks. You got a point. So, I mean, it still bounces a little bit when you see me talking, but... I don't know, you guys decide. Light or no light? Or wait. Fade or no fade? I don't know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. We're all gonna die. The heat death of the universe is approaching rapidly. We're all gonna die.
And I've said this to you. You can look at our DMs. I've actually said this. I'm gonna reiterate that.
I'm too lazy to do a poll.
Is that, or not the issues, but one of the actual realities is that a lot of the individuals who have been previously victimized.
All right, let's go to Beckett, because anytime anyone is arguing about Lio, Beckett has to jump in to defend his senpai.
So yes, obviously he should have gone to some fucking authority, authority figure who could have fucking helped her.
Now
you
wait.
The VTuber arc has already passed. The VTuber arc was very short-lived.
Hold on. Yeah. His choices directly led to her being victimized in at least one case, and that is deplorable. That is disgusting. And anybody who keeps this guy around is a fucking cowardly piece of shit who cares more about the content than—
But not enough of a cowardly piece of shit who cares about the content to stop associating with them. We're still gonna keep him around in this incestuous polyamorous relationship all of the commentary bros have.
They do about the victims, and that's fine.
You butt banned again? Villa! God damn it.
Just fucking admit
Beckett wants to be in. Beckett can come in.
Not again.
I'll kill Beckett in Minecraft.
Hello, Beckett. You're on live. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hang on. I just need, like, something. Hold on. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something special. Oh, this is gonna become, like, so overused, dude. Okay.
Guys, how we doing? Okay.
Stardust fucking sucks, Beckett. Why did you date that bitch?
No.
She's a fucking— She hid her live stream live when I—
Wait, hold on. We need two things. Sorry, I forgot. We need two things. Lio says his address out loud again. He's not in this call, so I don't really care. Sorry, we're pulling out the shit for the bits. The shit for bits. Hold on.
Up, buddy.
Hey guys, how we doing? Okay.
Stardust fucking sucks, Beckett. Why did you date that bitch?
No,
She's a
fuck
fucking
you, cunt.
She did her live stream live when I was looking at it, and then refused to call in after she said she would, Beckett.
Kill yourself. No. Hold on. I am so sick of hearing this. I'm actually fucking done. I gave you charity when everyone was coming to you, and it was fine because I was helping
poor
you.
Beckett.
But now on the other side, I'm just sweeping and can't like. Oh, it's
Hey,
like
Beckett, what did I do?
No.
What did I do?
I don't know. Plenty of things, Morale. That's why people.
You said on Aiden's stream that I pedo jacketed people when that wasn't the case. You brought me into it
No,
and then lied about me.
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You know you did. Do you want me to find a fucking clip, motherfucker?
Hold on.
You said I was pedo jacketing people.
I said you. Oh, hold on. Actually, no, you did. You turned up and said someone raped their sister when they were underage. You did.
Okay, was that on stream?
Yes, it was. It was in a call.
No, that was not on stream. What are you talking about? You're talking about the Via Key shit?
Yeah, that was the Via Key shit. Look, I'm just really... No, hold on. I'm just really sick of hearing this stuff. I try to be charitable and nice to people, and I get loads of shit for it all the time. And I'm just fucking done. I don't want to hear any more about this on my side. If Lio's doing stupid shit, he's doing stupid shit. I'm not his keeper. I don't talk to him randomly. I don't like...
Beckett! What do you mean? You have told me that you love getting in calls with this guy and debating Transformers and shit and toys and stuff. You've told me this yourself, that you think he's a cool guy to talk to and you think he's chill and really fun and funny. What the fuck is this cope? Now you're just saying, oh, I don't talk to him that much. I don't talk to him. Yeah, you do, though. You used to say to me you love getting into screaming matches with him about Transformer power leveling. What is this cope? But yeah, you've made yourself the only time he loves to say, I'm not Lio's keeper, but then he acts like he's Lio's keeper. Why are you just like, where is the self-awareness here? Where's the switch for this to turn it off? Turn it off. Just stop. If it's getting, I don't believe it when he says, like, it's getting, I just don't want to hear about it anymore. No, he doesn't want to hear people calling him a sweeper. That's the part he doesn't want to hear. All right? It's like, come on.
Like, regular...
I try to be nice to everybody. No, the fuck you don't. No, you don't, dude. I try to treat everybody equally, so why can't you all do the same for me? No, the fuck you don't. I blame Serafina because she's a woman that is like probably kind of attractive. I don't know.
Moment.
Whose avatar is attractive.
I just don't want to fucking hear it. Because I'm like, I feel like when I'm charitable and nice to people, it benefits them and they're fully happy to come and talk to me. But when it's on the other side, I just feel like I'm just getting picked at constantly. It's really fucking annoying. Like, I haven't said shit about you generally, Morale, when stuff's like...
I haven't done anything to you, so why are you criticizing me and calling me out for being stupid? I had your back. I can't believe it. I was so nice to you and you wouldn't orbit me. All that's missing is him telling Emro that he isolated himself from the wider community. Nah, Beckett. I didn't isolate... Okay. This is where the pettiness comes in. Beckett, I didn't isolate myself from the community. I isolated myself from you. I didn't become your orbiter, and that's why you treated me the way you did when the Earth stuff happened. When even Chris the Narc and Vlad were saying, Beckett, why are you being so fucking harsh right now? When you were sitting there being like, I am so disappointed in Enlaa. I can't believe that she would be such a hypocrite. I supported her. No, you didn't. The fuck? No, you didn't. You say that, but then you never pulled up anywhere. You never pulled up to any of my streams. We talked sometimes, and that was about it. But then, you know, I do something wrong, and you're like, I cannot believe it. I'm actually mad. I can't believe she would do something like this. And cast me to the side. But now it's like, I can't believe people would do this to me!
Happened, like, people have come to me and gone,
Yeah, it sucks when people from every direction, from every angle, is calling you a sweeper when you think it's unwarranted. Did Beckett try to talk to you? No. No, he just did a stream, like, moral frogging about it a little bit. I wouldn't call it just one fuck up. I think that's, what's it called? I think that's minimizing a little bit. Like, yeah, it was wrong. But I think Beckett's reaction to it was blown out of proportion, and I think I know exactly why. I think it's because he was offended that I didn't want to hang out with him.
like, this happened all last year, and I had your back. So,
But this is telling of Beckett's mindset. I had your back. Now you have to have my back. And Beckett, this is one of the reasons why I isolated myself from you and a lot of the people in your community. But if Beckett was a true supporter, he would have, like, commented and subscribed and joined the Discord. Yeah, even Stardust was in my Discord. He wasn't in there. Not like he's obligated. Let me make it clear. Beckett was never obligated to do anything for me. I was never expecting Beckett to support me or do anything for me, but for him to sit there and say he supported me, like, when he did less than the bare minimum, I think that's offensive to me. For him to pretend to be so betrayed and hurt when we barely knew each other. And barely watched each other's content. So I don't know. That's the part that gets my goat. I don't mind that he criticized me. There's plenty to criticize me about. It's the way he went about it and the attitude he brought to the table. When everybody else was like, okay, dude, that might be a little much. Even Vlad, who made the video, was like, I think you're being a little harsh.
like, I just feel like if I
what
have
is the
people...
expectation? Do you want me to like not
No,
talk
the
about my
expectation-
grievances or my issues with you?
No, my expectation is if you've got grievances or issues with me, come and talk to me about it. But also treat me like.
So I can't issue my.
But Beckett, you had grievances with me and you didn't come and talk to me about it. You just made your streams and cut me off. Which is fine for you to do, but then don't complain when other people might do that to you. That is the environment that you've cultivated. That is the community that you're in. You all just, like, treat each other like shit. And then you have to, like, pretend it's not bothering you and move on from it until it explodes and boils over like it is here.
My grievances or issues
That is the kind of shit I removed myself from.
publicly. I have to come to you.
If
in
I'm
private.
doing this with... Okay, well, if I'm doing it with everybody, if this is just how I
Oh, I do it with everybody, but you're not doing it with me.
function, don't be like, well, Beckett's just specifically sweeping for Lio. I don't mind the fence-sitter accusations. At all. I don't care. But I do mind when people who I've known and, like, acted this way with generally, acts like it's some specific thing I'm doing with Lio. If Lio crosses particular lines that I've set out, then I will talk about it. But if people are coming to me about, oh, Lio's in this call, I mean, you're talking about the Jordan
Okay, whatever.
stuff.
I'm done with the bits done
And it's
for now.
like, Jordan was originally groomed by, like, Toon Critic. Like, yes, I've spoken about the call where he brings Jordan on when she's 17. I agree with you, it was retarded. But I feel like I'm just getting picked at, regardless of what my fucking takes are, regardless of how reasonable I am. Like,
I'm still bringing out the fucking Pokemon battle music when things get heated, though, because that's hilarious.
Let's have a conversation. From Lio's side, why would he get on a fucking stream with you guys? Because anything anyone says gets fucking
Because he's a
twisted.
fucking cowardly piece of shit. You can just say he's a coward.
Listen,
He's a coward.
I agree. He should get on.
On one hand, I see his point. Now, hear me out. On one hand, no one is obligated to get into a call with people who are criticizing you. You are not obligated to go and, like defend yourself if you don't want to. That's fine. But if you're someone like Lio, who has basically made a living and made a career and made his reputation off of taking people to task and like pulling people into calls and dragging them through the mud and all that, but then he can't take what he dishes out, then yes, that is what makes him a bitch. That is what makes him a coward. Because the only way you can ever get Lio into a call is if he has like 10 plus people backing him up. But whenever he wants to get into a call with someone else, they have to be alone. It has to be 100% on his terms in his territory at all times. It can never be any other way with Lio. When he feels more than comfortable giving people the same treatment, but he can't take it in return. That is the part that makes him a coward. No one is obligated. I do not think, but by default, in an isolated instance, it makes you a coward to not want to engage with somebody that's shitting on you. If you want to sit back and just say, well, look, they can say whatever they want to say, I don't care, that's fine. But that's not what Lio does. 19 people or one handler, that's true.
I'm cool with you.
Someone to check on his blood pressure every 5 minutes.
But from the same time, if there's no charity, if he can't say anything, I mean, I don't know why he's getting...
There's no charity here, guys. There's absolutely no charity. No one has ever been charitable to Lio. Yeah, okay. Sure.
in these fucking dumb Discord conversations with retards. I think that's retarded.
So,
but I want to just stop fucking hearing about it. I've said this to literally everybody.
You can. It's so easy, Beckett. It's so easy. It's so easy. Stop getting into these calls to debate people to defend Lio. That's it. That's it. But you keep doing it because you cannot help yourself. Because you might potentially have the gene. Actually, Villa said something interesting the other day. We all have the lolcow gene, but it depends on if you decide to cultivate it and nurture it and grow it into a big, beautiful, blossoming flower. We all have the gene deep down inside of us. It just depends on whether or not you decide to wield it. And right now, you are cultivating and growing that lolcow gene, Beckett. You need to simmer down. If you really don't want to be involved, stop being involved. Let Lio defend himself and allow people to call him a pussy if he doesn't come on to defend himself. You have to be okay with that. Fucking hell.
Right now, you brought up like I defended you, I was good faith to you, and then the implication is like I can't be critical of stuff that you do.
No, that's not true. You can't.
No, okay, both of you shut the fuck up real quick.
I want some consistency with how I treat people.
Both of you shut up.
That's all I'm asking for.
Both of you shut up. Both of you shut up. This is my stream. So, from what I'm hearing from Beckett, right, and Emro, you can agree.
Now, here's the energy I'm getting from this conversation. These are grown-ass men. This is what they do, Villa. This is their entire... They make a living off of this. This is what they do. They get in a call and yell at each other, and then go, that was a good, productive conversation. Anyway, moving on.
Agree or disagree with it? From what I'm hearing from Beckett is...
Someone deploy Dr. K! Get Dr. K in here! We need some prayer beads! Stat!
Hey, if you want to talk to me about it.
Talk to me!
Don't just fucking put it out in content. I don't, like, personally, like, it's not that.
It's my content, guys. My content.
Because...
It's not, it's not just that. No, hold on. It's not just that. It's, if you're going to talk to me or want, like, to give me a take on Lio, absolutely fine. Like, or criticize my takes on Lio, absolutely fine. But treat them as they exist within the way that I
fuck. Sorry.
Everybody morale. I do this with everyone.
You didn't do it to me. Wait, hold on. Sorry. What did you say, Beckett?
Criticize my takes on Lio. Absolutely fine. But treat them as they exist within the way that I react to everybody morale.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I do this with everyone. Because I'm not, like, trying to...
Am I salty? Yes. I'm not gonna deny it. But as with all things, I'll eventually get over it.
Go on a fucking gay tirade against people all the fucking time.
But, like,
okay?
I want you to make hard fucking stances. I want you to have, like, actual opinions. You're like,
well, you did this with Willie
He can, but just not with Lio.
Okay, no, hold on. With the fucking Asian doctor guy, what's his name? Fucking 1714,
Doc on the radio.
Doc on the radio.
I want to make it. I don't deserve a petty tea party. I don't deserve anything. I just think it's entertaining, a little bit cathartic. But it's not like I'm I don't want to make this out like I'm being vindicated or some shit, alright? Nobody did anything to me, alright? These are just gay little, like, petty things. Squabbles. I'm just being a little bit petty.
I believe during the doc on the radio shit, when you were covering it, you're like, I wouldn't be friends with this guy. And in my opinion, when I look at the doc on the radio stuff, nothing sexual happened. The worst thing that was said was like, I love you and I love you too. And then he also denounced it. He said like, yeah, that was disgusting what I did. I shouldn't have done it. I would never do anything like that again. And then your reaction to that was, oh, I don't want to be friends with this guy. That's weird. And then when Lio is done, in my opinion, infinitely worse shit, you're just like, yeah, but it was like a couple years ago. When I believe Doc on the radio shit was older.
If Lio had groomed somebody, I would have cut all those ties. Absolutely.
Lio's actions directly led to people getting victimized.
No, that's not true. How is okay? Unless you like, that's a criticism for the whole of the ACC in these weird fucking spaces. I've already.
And
said
who is
they
a part of the
shouldn't have-
ACC?
But
Okay,
that
well,
would
that's-
okay.
okay,
so-
well, that's just
so-
everyone.
So
Okay,
so
that's
so
everyone
if I'm
then.
understanding, so if I'm
Answer this.
understanding,
How is that being
okay.
consistent? How?
I don't know, I think Emro has better points than people give him credit for, but he spurgs out a lot.
I will mute.
Lio has
I-
done infinitely worse
I
shit.
will
How is that
mute-
being
I
consistent?
will mute the both of you. So because I am going.
Bring Vlad in.
I will turn this car right around, kids.
Going to recontextualize what both you're saying. So what
Vlad
Emro
doesn't do fucking morality-based content. He doesn't need to be a part of
okay,
this.
okay, shush. Hold up. So what Emro is saying is he feels as if not just Lio is a figurehead for the ACC, and the ACC has allowed individuals to be victimized. What Beckett is trying to say is that if you are going to blame Lio solely for for Jordan being preyed upon continually, he feels that it is uncharitable because it is not Lio that is victimizing people. It is the individual who is actively victimizing whom.
Yeah, listen. Me personally, I don't think I have that strongly of an opinion on the pre-moving in with Lio Jordan situation. I think them using Jordan as essentially pedo bait or like farming Jordan's victimization for content, it's really fucked. I think him like manipulating this kid, and then when the kid is like 18 or 19, move them in with him to like I kind of agree with Malcolm's take on it, is that at most you could say that Lio groomed Jordan into being his kid, into being like the kid that he always wanted to have. I think at most you could say that, and I think in a non-sexual way that is predatory. Like, because, you know, being predatory and being groomed isn't always a sexual thing. I can agree with that much. But in terms of, like, all this, I don't think I have as much of a strong take on it as people like Emro do, or Sai, or Malcolm. Because, I don't know. I don't... It's not that I don't think it's that big of a deal, it's just... I don't have any, like, real definitive statements to say on that outside of it being fucked, irresponsible, wildly negligible, insanely exploitative. But I wouldn't go as far, me personally, I wouldn't go as far as to say that he, like, directly victimized Jordan in those cases. He certainly didn't help, and in some cases made things worse. But I don't think he's the reason Jordan got victimized. I feel like Jordan is the kind of person who would have gotten victimized anyway, with or without Lio's input, or direct intervention, or whatever. That's my take on that. I can see the grooming to be his kid, though. All the other situations were top of the barrel, not Senate. Plus one being IRL. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a stretch to say he's any sort of, like, sexual predator or sexual groomer or anything like that. And I don't think any of these people are like, what's the word? I don't think any of them are like trying to imply that he's a sexual groomer or anything, but I don't know. I know, like, I shouldn't even like really be giving this charitability or good faith. I'm just making my stance on it clear so people don't people don't conflate my stances with these people's stances. I'm just clarifying for the sake of clarifying.
To my knowledge, because Joshua Vida is the only person I know who's actually gotten arrested, Vida, he did
but not He didn't get arrested for the child grooming stuff or the child predation stuff. He got arrested for assaulting a police officer and his mom, I think, right? If I'm being exact. And he got arrested for computer crimes, but that was like an incident that happened at a convention where he stole a bunch of people's information and like doxed it. That's the context I have for that. You guys can correct me on that, but nowhere did he ever get arrested for the Mint Heart stuff. That's
so
it.
It is somewhat uncharitable, from what I'm understanding. It is uncharitable to place that blame
Lio
solely
Convoy's
on him.
insane.
But that's the thing.
behavior.
Nobody is placing the blame solely on Lio. I think what a lot of people are trying to say is that Lio didn't do anything to help or alleviate the situation. He aggravated and agitated the situation, made it worse. But he's not the sole person responsible for it.
Led to it though. Lio's convoy's insane reckless behavior, his refusal
Lio's convoy.
while he's doing like internet vigilantism shit, while he's doing pedo hunter shit, he refuses
Right,
to
Mythic
actually
Moon.
get involved with resources or authorities or anything like that because he has this fucking retarded mindset that they won't do anything useful and they have to go to fucking YouTubers
with
to
the Jordan
announce
stuff.
the shit.
No,
right?
hold on. With the Jordan stuff, they went through.
Lio would have dragged Lio into an accountability call.
Like they tried to get authorities involved.
And his convoy.
They tried to actually get things reported. They didn't go anywhere.
Trying to get things reported and actually reporting them are two completely different things.
So every single time it happened, the 4 times it happened, they every single time went to authorities and nothing happened, or was this just one time and then they gave up after?
I believe with the I mean, again, I don't know the full details. I'm just saying, like, the idea that Lio...
I don't know anything about this thing that I'm vehemently defending. I don't know a whole lot about this thing that I'm making really big sweeping statements on. I don't know, guys. I don't know, I don't care, and I don't want to hear about it anymore. But how dare you? How dare you make your own assumptions about Lio's character as a person?
has never used authorities just isn't true. I mean, he got...
Yeah,
he,
okay,
like,
but if it
directly
happened
went...
once and then nothing happened and he was just like, okay, well, you know, fuck it, and then never
Well,
did it again.
I mean, I agree on the pedo hunter take. Like, what if people... Like, people shouldn't be doing this on the internet, right?
Agreed.
Sure, pedophile people shouldn't be preying on kids on the internet, I guess, yeah.
No, I mean, people
it's
shouldn't be doing
pedo hunting, I think is what
Like,
he
we're
said.
fucking...
Pedo,
we're
okay, I
fucking
thought you said
YouTubers.
pedo, or just being a pedo, yeah. Sure.
PETA
Pedo
hunting.
And this is getting, like, this is getting recontextualized into grooming now? Like, what?
I mean, I think people like Kumo and Vlad have like softly called it grooming in the past. I don't think that's really a new allegation that these people specifically have brought to the table. I think that's a thing that has existed for a while in very uncharitable ways. I think, if anything, it's being retextualized into something that's far more charitable for Lio. If anything.
Like, you can criticize... Like, the whole found family shit's, like, fully retarded.
That's his take. That's his thing for everything. He just says that, oh yeah, that was retarded. Oh yeah, that thing that Lio did, that was retarded. Oh yeah, this, oh, he was being a bit retarded. That's his thing for everything that Lio does. It's exactly like when Izzy is just like, guys, I was being dumb. I was being stupid. I was being dumb and stupid and stupid and dumb. It's like, it takes away some level of responsibility for one's actions. If you're like, well, yeah, that's dumb, but, you know.
But, like...
What about it is dumb? What about it is retarded?
It just feels like...
That's what people want to hear you say.
It's going, like, extremes and extremes and extremes. Again, I don't...
To what extremes are people going to? Like, sure, it's an extreme to call him, like, a sexual predator or, like, a sexual groomer, sure. Or a pedophile, sure.
If people want to criticize Lio, I care that, like, people who...
You seem to care a lot. You guys do this song and dance of, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. But then you have to jump to, like, talk to anyone who's speaking ill of Lio every chance you get. You may say that you don't care, but you sure are acting like you care.
Spoken to me multiple times over the last, like, 2 years are then going, well, this seems like Beckett's just, like, really inconsistent on this point. Just, like, dude,
Little
I
bit.
didn't abandon you when you were getting a load of shit, when a load of
We're back to this again.
people were trying to drop you. I didn't do any of that.
I didn't do. I could have dropped you. when people were accusing you of horrendous shit, when you fucked up, when you made a mistake. Could have done that, but I didn't. So why are you here giving me shit when I did this favor for you? I practically raised you, Emro, just like how I raised Queeman with my own bare hands. Raised him like a little baby boy, and now he's all grown up. And now he's my special baby commentary boy. I raised you. I was your family.
And this isn't like
what
an
And now you turn around and do this thing to me?
thing. That's just a like consistency thing, right? So you know how I act. You know how I am with people.
What I
You
did
know me. You know that. You know that.
is significantly less worse than what Lio did. You
Well, hold
can't compare these things like they're 1-to-1. I messaged a fucking 16-year-old, and I believe one message out of the 3 weeks of DMs.
For record, I don't know a whole lot about the Emro controversies. All I know is that he's kind of weird with women, just in general. He's a little bit strange around women. He seems like a little bit of a gooner, but I mean, he's a young guy. It's like that's all I know concretely anyway. I'm still kind of wary of him.
It was like one sexual joke that was bad. Okay? You can't act like
It was like one little thing. It was like one little thing. I
Like
don't
that,
know.
and then look
I
at-
don't know for sure if it was just one little thing, but whatever.
what Lio did over the course of like 7 years, coming up on a decade.
This is why I don't go out of my way to defend people that I don't know the entire context of what they did or didn't do.
Like this is like equatable, or this is like somehow comparable. Obviously, you can compare whatever, but like these are not fucking comparable,
Mhm.
right?
I'm not saying they're comparable.
Beckett, when you had 2 footprint, I walk with you. When you had 1 footprint, I carried you home.
I'm just saying
So
how
why is the expectation you defend me, so now I have to defend you, or you
I
defend me,
didn't
so now
ask you
I
to-
have to
I
like
didn't-
I
I
can't
didn't
air my
ask-
shit
okay,
publicly.
okay,
I have
ask
to
you to
so-
defend me.
with
I
you.
didn't ask you to defend me. I'm not mad that you're not defending.
You were... I'm not mad that you're not defending me, but I'm complaining about you not having my back. And before retards come in and say you defended Nerth, let me reiterate. The thing I was defending was not Nerth's actions that he 100% did. What I was defending was my mindset at the time and my reasons for why I didn't do what I did, based on my ignorant understanding of the situation. And what I did wrong was not looking into it and not kicking him out, because he was a moderator in my server, and me not doing my due diligence in investigating that, or even bothering to tell anybody, and kick him out, was my wrongdoing. That was my fault, because my mindset about it was, that's his problem, not mine. It wasn't I was trying to help him cover it up. Like, I wasn't going... I'm not doing what Beckett is doing, going from stream to stream, trying to convince people that North isn't a bad guy. He's not a bad guy, guys. I was just saying, yeah, I knew about it, here's why I didn't do anything, and it was wrong. That was it. That's it. That's all there is to it. And if you see that, if you can look at that and be like, I can't forgive that, I'm not gonna get mad at you for that. Because, yeah, it was bad. Enlaa had 1 massive fuck-up, Lio has many massive fuck-ups. Beckett is still with Lio. Well, I mean, I don't know, you do the math.
Me morale. I'm mad that
Everybody
you know how I act
hurts!
to people, but you're treating this like a specific like instance with Lio where it's like really out there that Beckett, like, dude,
It kind of is. It is one of many instances with Lio, and it is definitely, at least what it seems like, to be out of character for you. Based on what
James,
all of your own commentary buddies are telling you.
Way.
Okay, so what I would like to do,
fuck.
because I'm seeing a lot of conflicting information, I have people saying,
It's like, Emro,
Sure.
you know me. And I think you're right, Beckett. It's because he knows you. That's why he's saying these things about you. I think that it's because he knows you. Not despite him knowing you, because he knows you.
Vita before Lio, and I have people saying,
Thank you, Tarnish. That's what I like to do as well. It's like, stick to what actually happened, not what might have happened, could have happened, or happened in a different reality, or what I like to think happened. Stick to what actually happened.
I have conflicting reports. I know, Emro, I already know you don't like Golded Poo, but he is the
Golded poo.
individual that I know that knows a lot of the information. I'd like to bring him in just to clarify.
If I recall, Vlad did almost none of that. And it's like, yes, Vlad is a good source of information for stuff that Lio has done in the past, but a lot of it is kind of being, like, recontextualized by Vlad, because now they're on, like, good terms with each other. It's frustrating for me to see as an outsider looking in, where it's like, on one hand I get it, on the other hand it's like, I think what Vlad needs to do, and I'm gonna try and, like, because, like, Vil and I were talking about this the other day, it's that I think, I heard Emro say, like, I've never seen any evidence of Vlad being hypocritical, and it's like, on one hand, yes, but I think that sometimes Vlad is hypocritical with himself, where Vlad is the kind of guy who outwardly will be like, I'm just this badass who just says, I'll rape everybody and I don't care, everything is fair game. But I don't think Vlad believes that. He doesn't believe that everything is fair game. He's the kind of person that is like, you can do whatever you want, but don't piss me off, right? And everything is fair game unless you do it to him. And I think that's fine for him to have that mindset, but I think he needs to be consistent on that, instead of trying to stand on a soapbox and try to, like, champion free speech, when it's not really about absolutist free speech. I don't know, I'm not gonna say too much about it. I think that Vlad is the kind of guy that can be reasonable and understandable and cool when he wants to be, when he actually tries, but I think his problem is that he's gone so far with the troll LARP that he doesn't know which side of him is real anymore. He has melded too much with the troll, and now that has overtaken his true personality.
Because he's also the only individual that contacted a lawyer.
He LARPed a little too hard. I think he drank his own sauce a little too much.
Regarding the fact that Lio said a bunch of different shit, and the lawyer, like, was the one that, like, looked at the...
Because, like, I've seen, like, the genuine side of Vlad before. I've seen, like, a supportive, genuine, kind of more friendly side of Lio that isn't just, like, oh, just rape everybody, you know? Who doesn't just get on stream and just say the most absolutely retarded, like, unreasonable shit ever just because. But I completely understand why people hate the guy. And, like, the reason I don't really talk to him anymore is because I don't really fuck with that. Like, I've been slowly trying to just, like, stand on my own convictions and be like, if I don't really like how someone behaves, I'm just gonna, like, not deal with that person. Like, I'm not the kind of person that if I disagree with somebody or I don't like, the people I talk to is like, I don't like what they're doing, I'm the kind of person, I'm not gonna get on live stream and be like, I completely disavow, you know? I'll just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna back away slowly, back away, take slow steps back, and then the second I'm out of their line of sight, I just turn and sprint as far away as I can. You can call that pussy behavior, I don't care, but that's just how I kind of run my life these days. If I catch a whiff of something going on like that, where it's like, duh, whoa, I don't really like what you're doing here, I just kind of go the other way. That's not to say that I have any beef with Vlad. I don't have any personal beef with him. It's just we just don't talk anymore. It's kind of like with Lio, where it's like I just have fundamental differences in philosophy or principles with him. We've always had differences in philosophies and principles, and it's just the gap has become so great where I can't stick around that anymore. I gotta do my own thing.
Okay with that if I bring him
and that's kind of the reality of it with me.
Is that okay with you?
If you bring Gildan in, can Aiden come in?
If Aiden wants to...
Just bring in the whole fucking party. Why not?
Yeah,
if Aiden wants to come in, let Aiden come in. I have no problem.
I think the thing that annoys me the most about the commentary, this corner of the commentary community, is that all of these people will go at each other's throats and call each other the most horrendous shit under the sun, and then they'll walk away from it pretending that everything's fine. We're all friends. We're all friends here. hey, we're all goofy, silly friends, all just working together for the content. But I have a feeling that there's a lot of shit simmering beneath the layers, where it like, just like how it happened with Beckett just now, where he blew up and was like, I thought you had my back. There is stuff boiling under the mountain, and it's waiting to explode. And it's starting to leak out. The hot magma is starting to leak from the volcano.
And then Gildan.
If Aiden wants to come in,
What am I doing?
Join my Discord.
Yeah,
I don't know what
Aiden's
I'm
in
doing
general.
anymore.
Aiden's in general.
Fucking these people. All right, hold
We
on. Let
mean
me give
you
Aiden
people.
a profile. Let me give him a creator tag real quick, because I actually like him a little bit. All right, Aiden, join. You know what? I'm gonna fucking put him in waiting real quick. Okay. Well, I can't actually do that. Fuck me. Aiden, go to waiting, you motherfucker.
You can just click his name, click and hold and drag. Until
I had to fucking scroll, and Discord doesn't let me scroll. There
Okay,
you
Aiden's
go.
in the
Okay.
list.
So
Okay,
Gilded, Aiden.
This was such a good idea to bring him in.
That's gonna turn off for forever. Okay. All right. So we're all gonna get in here. We're all gonna be fucking calm. If I fucking say things, I'm just gonna mute everybody. If you're all gonna scream at each other, I'm just gonna mute everybody.
Why not? This is all for the content. Why wouldn't you want them screaming at each other?
Okay? So I am gonna make. So Vlad, you have allegedly information regarding Jordan. Is that correct? Because I see a bunch of conflicting information in the chat.
Conflicting information relating to what?
How did Jordan meet Lio? How was Jordan groomed by Vita? I can't fucking believe I have to say that out loud.
Why? I mean, isn't that just par for the course with you guys? You guys talk about shit like that all the time. Can't believe I have to say this disgusting shit out loud.
Well, I'm pretty sure she knew Vita before she met.
It is unfortunate. I know Vlad gives his reasons. I don't agree with those reasons. I think those reasons are kind of stupid. Why he deleted those videos. You know, I think those videos are good things to kind of look back on and see what your principles and standards were at the time of making that video versus what they are now with Lio, and see if anything has kind of cross-reference those and see if anything has changed between then and why. You know, I think those are valuable things for that, but whatever. It's Vlad's content, you can do whatever you want with them. Whatever.
Lio. If memory serves correctly. I can go ahead and just message Lio, I guess, on top of that, but whatever. And then... And what was the second question?
Well, that was like the main question, because there's conflicting information. Aiden, nice to have you on.
Thanks. I have a question. Gilded Poo, did you send like bestiality porn
my
in
God.
somebody's server?
Yes. In yours. No. The person that I started a raid that resulted in a member of that raid posting bestiality porn in that
This is what happens. You get a bunch of people into the chat and then it instantly derails.
server.
But you didn't post it yourself.
No, I did not.
You didn't authorize it.
I don't care.
You don't. Oh, you don't care.
See, I hate it when he says stuff like that, because he has contradicted this in the past, being like, well, I did kind of care, that's why I stopped doing this shit. It, like, I feel like Vlad just needs to stand on business. Did you care or did you not care? I feel like sometimes it changes with him.
Posting bestiality porn.
No.
Yeah, here comes Vlad talking about the Z porn for the billionth time.
Like, that didn't bother me
What
at
was
all.
the
no.
physical hard drive that you had though?
The physical hard drive that I had.
What?
Yeah, that had bestiality porn on it.
I had
That you
a.
saw?
Yeah, those were
yeah,
the
I had a
days.
triggered. It was called. Can I say the word?
You
on
can say
this stream?
faggot. I don't give a shit.
Okay. I had a
Hey.
triggered faggot folder.
I disavow, I
that
disavow, I
had,
disavow, I disavow.
All sorts of shit on it. Bestiality porn. Had gay black prolapse porn.
Did it have child porn on it?
Nope.
Oh, is that too far
the-
for you?
Yep.
The reason this hard drive doesn't exist anymore is because you got into drama and you shot it with your in real life gun, right?
The reason that it doesn't exist anymore was because there were people online that were, how do I say this, orbiting me, because instead of seeing it as a meme, which like because old internet used to spam that shit everywhere. That's what everybody did back then.
What year
And
are you talking? What year or time period are you talking about?
we're talking like the 90s all the way up until the early thousands. Yeah.
Oh, it was like bestiality porn spamming that shit.
Yeah, I still think that people should probably just... I don't know. I interviewed Vlad. The first time I ever had a conversation with Vlad was me interviewing him about this exact same stuff, where he went into detail about his philosophy on it. You know, not to plug my own shit, but if people want to go back and watch that, maybe they should. It was a very long interview. And I think a lot of the stuff he says there, he still holds belief to this day. And it's a lot of the stuff that he said in there that was at least convincing enough for me at the time to be like, okay, whatever. It was a fun interview. I consider it to be informative.
Back then.
Yes.
Oh, I guess I'm just
Yeah, it's like all 4chan memes. Like the drive was like mostly stuff out of 4chan, wasn't it, Vlad? What I
Almost all of it was from 4chan.
Plug
In fact,
alert!
I can't think of anything that wasn't from 4chan. In fact,
My question about this was, why did he have a different take when he spoke with Carmen fucking Ryder? I don't know every instance he's ever talked about this and every time where he said something different. I just know what he's said to me. And then I have issues with him trying to frame it differently to other people. Like, I don't know. I think sometimes Vlad just forgets what he said in the past. Because I think he's got the memory of a goldfish. Why is Vlad eternally stuck at age 13? There are reasons for that, but those are his reasons, not mine. It's his story, not mine. I think he should be interviewed by Dr. K and get some prayer beads up his ass. That would be interesting.
actually, you can to this day find the archive of the room that I got all that stuff from.
He was in the room where it happened.
All right, so let's come back to Lio Convoy. We're not going to belabor the point. So
The point I was going to get at though was because I just wanted to point out that the reason I shot the drive was I got freaked out by having zoophiles orbiting me.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So let's talk about Lio Convoy. Everybody's here about Lio Convoy. Let's
Aiden.
Like refocus for a second. Aiden, you got dragged to the call. What do you want to say?
I don't know. I think Vlad and Dr. K have a lot more in common than they think. I think Vlad would just get in there and make a bunch of like shit-eating jokes at him or some shit. I don't know.
I wanted to ask.
Maybe you have a point.
That question, and I wanted to say to Beckett, I don't think there's I don't know what Morale's criticism of you has been.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I tell you I had issues.
No, I'm not saying you have issues with me. I'm saying, what do you think like the main criticism against you is by virtue of your association with Lio Convoy?
I think like the main thing. Okay, so it's a twofold thing. Firstly, I keep getting dragged into fucking calls or people message me or ask my opinions on this shit where I've been like clear.
I do remember that something. Did he say that it like specifically in the Kumo video? I do recall him saying that somewhere. But yeah, it's a shame that a lot of the most critical content on Lio, the most harsh critical content on Lio, gets deleted one way or another.
Yeah, multiple fucking times. I just don't care if Lio is currently getting in calls for people.
Yeah, you do though. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be coming in here trying to defend him. And like speak for him. And try to convince people that he's better now, he's changed. You clearly care. Stand on business.
And randomly fighting with them.
Or get the fuck out, I don't know.
Or like making content out of stuff. I just don't give a shit. I've said this so many fucking times. And then every time that anything comes up, it's like 20 people going, well, what did Beckett think? I don't care. That's what I think. And I'm just sick of being asked about it. That's when
Yeah, well, you come in here inserting your opinion about it into the conversation every fucking time. Leads me to believe that you care an awful lot.
She lies. I don't.
Yes.
I don't give a fuck. Like whenever
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Let me keep telling you about how much I don't care.
The reason people are
Why don't you guys care that I don't care?
Up Lio isn't because you're just randomly associated with him. It's because you assert him as like a person of authority in your streams and in your videos. You get like clips from him, you get recordings of him and stuff like that. That's why people are mad. It's not just because you're friends with him on Discord, right?
Why can't you use the resource? He's in the calls, or he's got the info.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
Friends with him on Discord, right?
I can't use
Okay.
his resource. He's
Wait a minute! Wait, I could have sworn there was, I could have sworn that in one of Beckett's streams, like, from, like, a month ago, he was complaining about the exact opposite thing. He was complaining that people were accusing him of just using Lio for information or using him for content. I could have sworn that he was complaining that people were saying that. And now he's like, oh, I can't use him as a resource? I feel like it's flip-flopping here. I don't, like, it's... Sometimes I frustrate myself because I don't hold on to every single little bit of information that I hear because I'm not A-logging this shit. But at the same time, I could have sworn I heard that. I'm not crazy. I thought he was complaining earlier, like at a previous time, about this exact thing that now he's trying to use here as a defense.
He's in the calls, or he's got the information. So what standard is this?
No,
Yours! Your standard!
you're acting as if people are just randomly like, oh, Beckett's friends with this guy, so they're just freaking out randomly. That's not what's going on. You're asserting this guy as like a person of authority, and then people are like, oh, this is Beckett's top guy. It's obviously like half joke, but like, yeah, people are upset that you're like platforming this guy who's done like insane shit and then claimed to change and then not really have changed at all, right?
Well, I mean, he has changed though, hasn't he?
Beckett, the fact that you even genuinely believe, like, I cannot believe anyone genuinely believes, unless there's somebody who actually has diminished mental capacity, that he's genuinely changed. Like, to any extent of the word, I cannot believe that you genuinely think that. And almost all of his examples can be directly contradicted, and his response to those will just be like, oh, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. In fact, that's how much I don't care, because I haven't been paying attention. If you're not paying attention, then stop, like, coming out as, like, the keeper. His keeper. You are literally, like, coming out here being like he's changed, but you don't know how. I think you're remembering correctly, and this is where I started to get very angry. I don't know. I'm not going to say it definitely happened, because I've been wrong in the past, but I could have sworn I saw that in, like, the past month or so, that he got annoyed at people for, like, accusing him of just using Lio for content, and now he's sitting here like, oh, well, I'm using him for information, I'm using him for content. I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just insane. Wait. But, like, I don't know, let him speak!
I mean, like,
Wow.
That's
no, hold on. On a realistic ground, from where we're talking about, he's not phoning people's parents. He's not doing predator hunting. That's a change.
The problem is that you are citing the evidence that he's changed is his outward behavior, not his mindset about it, not his inward behavior. His like, yeah, he's literally not doing the things that people have criticized him for in the past, sure. But if that's your sole criteria for him having genuinely changed, you're looking at it the completely wrong way. The way you know if someone has genuinely changed is if they can accept criticism for their actions. They're not going out of their way to keep continuously going back to defend their actions, and they're not going back to like minimize their actions, and they're not saying shit like, oh, you're lucky that I'm changed. Do you guys remember those screenshots of Lio months ago being like, if I hadn't changed, I would have thrown you to the ground and curb stomped you by now, you loser, you know? Or like, you're lucky I've changed, or stuff like this. Or like, I could have sworn he said to somebody, like, you're lucky I'm not like I was in the Rosa call anymore. The way he talks about his past behavior and past things that he's done is almost reminiscent, fondly. It's not like he's looking back on that stuff and saying like, yeah, I hate that version of myself. I can't believe I would do shit like that. It's like, oh, you're lucky I'm not like that anymore. Because if I was, oh, I would have destroyed you by now. That is the attitude he has about his quote-unquote past self. If you ask me, and if you've been asking me for the past year what I think about if Lio's changed or not, no, he has not changed his mindset. He has not changed. He has changed his outward behavior. He has learned how to mask it better. He's learned how to hide it better. Because what he was doing a year ago, directly after the Peaches stuff, was massive overcorrecting. And that's when you said that he's changed. He's better now. And then he flopped back into the other direction. Once he started getting cool with Vlad again, once he started getting into that crowd again, he went back to, you know, telling people to kill yourselves, or I hope you get doxxed, or I hope you get murdered or die in a barn fire. And, like, you know, making, you know, cracking jokes about people's abortions and saying edgy shit. And he's like, I don't care if people are getting offended I say that stuff. If you get offended by that, kill yourself. He said that in one of his streams, didn't he? He made like an offensive joke, and then he said, oh, if you're getting offended by that, kill yourselves. I don't care. He said something along those lines recently, and it's like, you can't sit there and say, like, he overcorrected so that people would get off his back, and that's indication that he's changed. It's just not. You have to look at somebody's long-term outlook on the situation that you think that they've changed from. And it ain't looking good for him. It looks like somebody who would do the same shit if they knew that they could get away with it. If they knew that the eyes were not on them. If you've ever noticed throughout the past year or so, when Lio feels like there are less eyes on him and less scrutiny on him, he will start acting out more. He will start doing shit that he's done in the past. You will have calls like the Sasu call. You will have calls like the VQ, the Viaki call or whatever. You will have the Dreamer call. When he feels like there are less people looking at him and scrutinizing him, he will go back to his old ways. Easy. Naturally. It comes natural to him because that is his nature. You are like looking at a tiger who will just murder you the second, like, the chance he gets. You look at him from behind a cage where he literally can't do anything and go, look, he's just an innocent little kitten now. Look, he's not currently hurting anybody, but he would if he could. But he would if he could. And that's the point. The only reason he can't right now is because he's got too many eyes on him that would absolutely tear him to shreds. Anyway, that's my point about why he hasn't changed.
Okay, so this is where the contention comes from. This has been like my main criticism. I think that you're like
welcome to my coffee rants. This is what you get.
Like, burden for establishing like genuine change in somebody is just like the mere cessation.
And also people will be like, oh, he's going to therapy now. Didn't Beckett say something in this call like he's taking medication now? Medication for what? For, like, raging narcissism? There's no medication for that. What is he taking meds for? For autism? There's no medication for autism either, by the way. Like, what is he taking medication for? Anxiety? Depression? Like, what does that mean when you say that? You don't know. Because you're just talking out of your ass.
Of the most extreme versions of their behavior, when in reality, the entire reason for their cessation could not be
I knew it.
Due to any like
Thanks for your input, knife lover.
genuine feeling of personal wrongdoing, but solely due to like believing that they want to avoid backlash.
God, it's still too quiet. Okay. Thank you for giving me your feedback. It's greatly appreciated. No, like, genuinely, I appreciate when you guys tell me if the audio's a little off. Thank you.
In the future for their like own well-being. I don't know. I don't like.
Oh my God.
So hold up.
It's a dog guy.
Wait, shut up.
Hold up,
Let
because
Gilda talk.
I'm gonna mute each and every one of you if I have to. So, because I want to reframe what Aiden is saying.
It was starting to get there.
I'm very clear with what Aiden is asking, or what Aiden is stating. Aiden, let me just reframe it. If I'm incorrect, you can correct me. What you're saying is that the ability for people to change.
All right, 5 decibels. That's the final volume.
Personal embarrassment.
-5.
The ability or the internal need to change. It's the fact that they are called out publicly for their wrongdoing, and that is their reason for change, and not an internal feeling that the change had to be brought up. Is that correct in that assertment?
Mostly, I would just.
The thing is, there are so many instances in the past where like there's another good example of me knowing that he hasn't changed. If you go back and look at the Mally malware call, all right, in that call, Mally is laying it out plain as day. Here's what I think you're doing wrong. This is why you need to stop. And at every turn, Lio is making justifications, excuses, complaints, and when he gets cornered on a point, he'll fall back on like, oh, well, I'm just so, like, I'm just small and goofy, a little silly, autistic. I just didn't know any better. He tried to, like, convince people. I asked the prison guard. He was legitimately trying to convince people that he didn't know what a veiled threat was at 40 years old. And then he was like, oh, now I know what a veiled threat is. Okay, now that I know, I'm not gonna do that anymore. And then he went on to continuously, vehemently do the same shit over and over again, continuing to send out more veiled threats. Pretty much, sometimes straight up threats, just regular threats, right? Yeah, he would just, like, refuse to engage with Mally. And everything was an argument. Everything was like pulling teeth. And at the end of it, he was like, oh, I just didn't know any better. Oh, okay. But then, after that call, like only a couple of days later, when he got into a call with Crystal, he was going off on Mally, saying that Mally was straight up, like, abusing him. Like, he said, like, Mally was being abusive to him, and he called Mally, like, almost evil. And he was like, your buddy Streamline said all that shit about me. And it's like, that is how he actually treats it when people criticize him. It is, people are attacking him maliciously. And it's like, that is an indication that he's not changed. People just forget that these instances of him doing this shit happen. And, like, Mally was one of the softest people on him possible. Firm, but not, like, overly harsh. And she was just being 100% honest with him. The commentary amnesia strikes again. Well, these people just don't watch this shit. Which is, on one hand, understandable, because it's like hours and hours and hours of shit you gotta sit through. Especially if you're someone like me, who has just gotten so exhausted to the point where you can't even stand to hear the guy's voice. I can understand that people miss stuff. But, like, how many of the people, aside from Vlad, because I know Vlad has seen it, I know Beckett's definitely seen it, so I don't know why he's coming to a lot of these conclusions. Wasn't Beckett in that? Oh, yeah, he was! You're right! Beckett was there in that call! It's like, but he was so hyper-focused on Crystal, he wasn't even noticing anything Vlad was doing, or any of the warning signs, or any of the shit that Lio was spewing. He was so focused on Crystal bad. We hate Crystal. It's like, oh my god. Fuck. I might need to take, like, a break to get something to eat soon, or at least get a drink of water. I forgot to bring water with me over here. But it's like, no, there are so many indicators as to him not truly changing. And so, like, it's like he doesn't have to change. He's not obligated to change. In fact, he can stay as the same piece of shit he's always been for the end of days. I don't care. What I do care about is people like Beckett making excuses for him at every turn. And it's like, just let him fight his own battles then if you don't truly care. Hi everybody. After hearing Enlaa at ×2 speed, hearing her at normal speed is just too slow. Thanks. I think. I feel like I've been talking pretty rapidly this stream. I've just been high on coffee, I think.
What I'm speaking, like, it's not like a general statement. I'm speaking that, like, yeah, there's disingenuous.
Oh yeah, he said flat out, the ring call was fine. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. Cause, like, in the Mally call, he was like, I had no idea what a veiled threat was. I just didn't know any of these things. I'm just a silly guy. I didn't know I was being mean. And then directly after, a couple days later, he's like, oh, it was fine. It was fine. They were just being abusive to me. It's like, yeah, that's a pretty good indication that he hasn't changed.
There's reasons for changing, and there's genuine reasons for changing. And if it's like a disingenuous reason, I'm much, like, less likely.
Also, it takes time to demonstrate that somebody has changed. Like, if I were, like, let's use me as an example with the Nerf stuff. If I just came out and was like, I'm changed. I'm a different person now. I know that thing that happened like 2 months ago is being called out now, but I'm different now, guys. I'm going to change. I've changed already. I've been doing a lot of changing, guys. If I just did that and then I complained every time someone brought it up again, that's indicative of me not changing, right? But, like, it takes time to demonstrate. You cannot prove, like, there's no real concrete way to prove that you've changed unless some time has passed. And every time people are trying to convince you that Lio's changed, it'll be like months or even weeks out from him doing the same shit again. It's like, yo, but he's changed now. It takes time to effectively show that you've changed from something. Even now, with my drama, with my situation, I don't think I'm in a position now where I can effectively be able to stand on my 2 feet and go, I've changed, and then just expect everyone to believe me and take my word for it. Even if I know in my heart that I can do better and I'm trying to do better, that doesn't mean I can turn around to the rest of the world and go, I'm doing better now, and demand everyone just take my word for it, you know? It takes time to prove not just to everybody, but to yourself that you've genuinely changed. And not enough time has passed for, like, I remember Beckett saying stuff like this a year ago, only months out from the Lio drama, from, like, the worst of it. And even back then, he was saying Lio's changed, but not enough time has passed for things to have effectively, like, for you to be able to say definitively things have changed. It's easy to change your behavior and just, like, hide shit in the short run, in the short term extent of time, right? Oh, I'm word salading right now. I'm so sorry, but I'm trying to articulate my thoughts in the best way I can. So I'm sorry for that. I might need to just take a break to get some water, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Lio hasn't even changed from like 10 years ago. It's like, it's almost like his, I mean, I just saw it disappear, but I think I get what you're saying. But it's like it's almost like people think that because he's hanging out with a lot of the same people that used to criticize him, that means that's indicative of him changing as a person. I don't think that him hanging out with a bunch of people that used to criticize him is indicative of Lio's character. Lio's the same he's been for, like, the longest time now. He's the same guy. He hasn't changed. But I think him being able to hang out with all these commentary guys that were shitting on him a year ago is indicative of their character. I think a lot of the people who like a year and a half ago were calling Lio evil, the spawn of Satan, like terrifying, you know, a harasser, like a villain, all of those people who have since run back to Lio, that is more indicative of them as people, their true character, their true nature. Those are the kind of people where it's bad if it's happening to me. What Lio's doing is bad if it's happening to me. As long as I can use Lio as a sword and shield against other people that I don't like, then I can be his friend. But the moment he does it to me, now it's not okay. Now I have to go and hide in the closet. Now I have to go and share Enlaa several Google Docs and Google Drives full of images of how evil and awful Lio was to me. Now I have to go and do that stuff. But it's okay if he says sorry, you know, after pulling teeth to get him to apologize, and I can just go running back to him now that he is attacking somebody that I don't like. That is more indicative of them as people and what they stand on, and the principles that they stand by, which is close to none, because it is all about how they feel, not what they believe. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break. Just like literally like a 2 to 5 minute break. I'll BRB just real quick. Okay, I'm back. I have very, very cold cheese sticks. I was an idiot and accidentally, when I was putting the groceries away yesterday, accidentally put the box of cheese sticks in the freezer instead of in the fridge. So now they're still very cold. So I'm just gonna have to wait till they thaw a little bit before I can eat them. I mean, I'll be honest, it's a little cathartic for me, but for admittedly petty reasons. I'm just here to watch, give my 2 cents about it. That's it. I think I'm entitled to at least that much. Some good water. Guys, I fixed my bacteria in the drinking water problem. Yeah. Everybody be proud of me. Anyway, back to this shit show.
To accept, like, when we talk about change, I'm thinking changed as a person, not merely like, not merely just like stop doing the thing that got them called out.
Yeah, I'm with him on that.
Wait, so how is that not changing as a person if you stop doing the?
I mean, well, let's take this to the extreme, Vlad. If somebody raped a kid when they were like 18, 19, 20, and then like 5 years later they're like, but I've changed. I don't rape kids anymore. Would you consider them no longer a child rapist? I think there's some things, it really depends on the severity and the level of remorse the person has. That is how prison sentences in the justice system get doled out sometimes. A lot of it doesn't just depend on the definitive crime, right, of what happened. The factors are also like remorse and the severity, you know? So that does play a factor. Well, it is what it is.
Things that you were getting called out for, isn't that changing?
So typically when we use an expression like changed as a person, we're talking about like character growth, like an internal like yeah, so like a view of your like self-image. I don't think that like stopping something merely to like prevent further backlash and not due to like any like actual
I just, it's crazy to me that once again we have 2 people in here who have to fight for Lio's honor. Again.
like view that it was wrong.
And both of them keep saying that they don't care, but they keep coming back around to this.
I don't think that's like genuine character growth. I don't think that's character growth at all. Yeah.
Okay, but do you like? Okay, so here's what I think the situation is.
Okay.
This is what I think.
Okay.
You guys have barely dipped your toes in this drama, and you're just now getting triggered over shit that's entire years old, and you're missing
Oh, it was so many years ago, though. Who cares?
like 50% of
But on one hand, I get what he's saying.
the lore. That's what I think's going on.
So has there been any statements you like disagree with?
It's a who can care less contest. On one hand, I do agree with Vlad that a lot of these people, they are literally just dipping their toes in and then making a lot of sweeping judgments based on very minimal information. But I couldn't think of a more deserving person for it to happen to. But my principle tells me that it's better to be accurate instead of just making sweeping, ignorant judgments about things.
Yeah, like your entire premise here is completely untrue. Like,
I mean, that's also a good point. You don't need to fight this hard. The people that have changed don't need to go everywhere and say, I've changed, stop bugging me.
So
Like
what
you
do
get, like,
disagree
so-
with?
it's fair.
What do
So
you
what-
Or
what-
they, alternatively, they don't need other people to go around and say, he's changed, stop bugging him.
So what I think it is I think it's very cheap to sit there, see that specific behavior that you're against changed or stopped, and then to be like, well, was it really because of this or was it really because of that?
I mean, you could argue that Vlad has made conjecture like that in his Toastify video, but, you know, it's just a little argument.
Right.
A little what about.
Based on
We don't need to.
Basically,
We don't need to assume.
conjecture. It's just conjecture.
We don't.
Conjecture.
Wait,
That's all it
we
is.
don't. We don't need to assume, right? We don't need to assume because Lio still provides like minimization of what he did, right? He, for example, we have
Minimization.
yeah, so he minimized what he did. So we have an example, right, from recently where he thinks the reason that the Rosa shit was bad is because it turns out that Rosa didn't actually have the power in the server that he thought she did. Sure, that's like a contributor.
Or that it's not as bad because Rosa's crazy, or it's not as bad, or people are actually just mad about the offensive shit that they said and not their treatment of Rosa. Honestly, to me, the most outrageous stuff that they said in that call wasn't even the slurs or the mockeries or, you know, mocking her her appearance or anything like that. Like that, to me, that wasn't even the worst stuff. The bullying wasn't even the worst stuff. It was like the threats to dox her, the threats to get her parents to beat her, you know, little shit like that. You know, little things like that. And those kinds of statements that Lio and Peaches would say were never addressed. It was just about, I'm sorry for saying offensive things. That was the overall thing that they were apologizing for. Not all of the worst shit, in my opinion, that they said to Rosa. And honestly, to me, oh, there it is. Disappeared for a second. I think, to me, on one hand, okay, it's twofold. It's double-sided here. On one hand, it does matter who you say it to, because if you say stuff like that to Vlad, that's not as severe as saying it to, like, an 11-year-old girl, for example. You know what I mean? But I think the principle is the same. Is like, if you wouldn't say, you know, if you wouldn't say that shit to an 11-year-old girl unironically, then maybe don't say it to anybody unironically, unless you know the person, unless you're friends and they know you're just joking. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Makes him look more dumb, but that's not like the fundamental problem with it. The fundamental problem with it is he got somebody who is like legally disabled.
Oh, really? Really, game? Suddenly, the game was like, you know what? I don't feel like working anymore. I don't feel like working anymore, so you don't get to go anywhere, actually. So I gotta... Oh, and the escape button doesn't work anymore. That's cool.
Or she's being berated.
So I gotta exit out of the game completely. And then log back
for 4
in.
hours under like under the threat of like contact to her family. Like that's the problem.
Okay. You know what's
okay.
Cool is he's already said this.
No, but he's still okay. So if you like perpetrate something that first of all, do you like do you think what he did was wrong? Just we're not like I'm not like preaching to somebody. Who
I don't give an almighty fuck about that call. The only thing I had against that call was that
game bad. I want my $30 back.
To his own alleged values. That was it.
Okay, well I guess you and I have
game. Bigcraft.
Like he could kick the fucking retard.
The early not worth $30 alpha build of Bitcraft. That's one thing for sure.
Off the goddamn bridge. I don't care.
Yeah, so I guess so
just don't tell me it's righteous.
Okay, so I guess we just have like I guess we just don't see eye to eye morally, but let's just pretend for a minute you did agree that what he did was wrong. Let's just pretend you did for a minute. Okay. Well, if he did something that was wrong, sure, like if he's like going after the fact and not able to acknowledge why the thing he actually did was wrong, like why he's getting shit, would that not be like indicative of somebody who like lacks like the insight and self-reflection to
if you're talking about Vlad Villa, then yes, he is difficult to engage with. He's very exhausting to engage with in a conversation. Sometimes, from my experience, you can have pretty chill conversations with him, but it always turns into some kind of long tangent on his own personal beliefs and on stuff or politics and a lot of the times with Vlad, you just end up sitting there being like, okay, Vlad, all right, okay. Like, you cannot say that you disagree with him on something, and then he will refuse to agree to disagree. I don't know. No, he didn't get caught with furry porn, what? I think you're talking about pirate software.
Understand their wrongdoing.
So
Can I reframe this real quick?
I don't think his opinion on it is worthless just because he doesn't care that Rosa got bullied, because he's arguing more about, I mean, you know how Vlad is, he's so fucking obstinate with everything. It's like, if Vlad doesn't think something is an interesting topic, he's gonna bitch at everybody who even so much as mentions it. You know, like the Cinny Bear thing. But, you know, he's gone on and on and on about Lio and stuff, and, you know, that's an interesting topic to him, so that's not a dead topic to him. Are you talking about Vlad? Yeah. I don't know who you might be referring to.
Before even Vlad answers, because I don't even care. I don't give a shit if you all spurg out on my stream.
Alright, it's not that the video is too quiet, it's that the op block is way too quiet. Not me.
Can I have a clip of Lio saying that he does not care, the most current clip of...
And this is what they need. If they're gonna come in here trying to argue against Lio, like, no, Lio said this recently, Lio said that recently. Like, they need to come with the receipts ready to go, in my opinion. Like, if I were to do shit like this, I would have the receipts good to go. Like, just ready to pull up at any given point and confident in it.
Mm-hmm. The only reason I ask that is because I do want to just make it very apparent, because there's people in the chat saying, Aiden is making this up. Aiden, W Aiden. I don't care. I actually kind of like Aiden, but that's just me personally.
Yeah, to be clear, my specific claim was Lio doesn't understand why what he did was wrong, or is actively denying it by claiming that the issue was that she didn't actually have the power in the server to ban the groomer that he thought she did going into it, which is a fundamental misunderstanding of what I think he did wrong, and majority of the public agrees he did wrong. I can send you the clip of him saying that right now because it happened.
Please,
so.
please. Because
just very quickly as well. That's actually a very core criticism of that call from the community.
No.
Like, so if he's
No. It's a very common deflection and derailment that people bring up all the time. It's an addition to why the call is so bad, but it's not the reason why the call is so bad. The only reason it becomes a point of contention at all in the discussion is because people constantly deflect to it. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if Rosa had the power to ban them or not, like literally had the button on their screen to press ban. From my understanding of what Rosa's involvement in this is that she had very low-level moderator powers, and when she heard about this Necopon stuff, she went to Star Giant, right? Is that their name? She went to them to ask about it, and they told her to not worry about it. To not worry about it. They'll handle it. Don't worry about it. Or they told her that the allegations against Necopon were fake, and that they'll take care of it and not to do anything. That is my understanding. And she just shrugged her shoulders and went, okay, because she doesn't have full mental capacities. It's very simple, and I don't understand why people continuously debate this point, because to me, it's just one big deflection. It doesn't matter. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's not just
sure. Then the community's retarded. That's not the problem with the call.
You can say that, but also there's a context there of he's responding to criticism that does exist. You can't say that's a misinterpretation of a criticism, because that's
okay. Beckett. Let's say she did actually have power in the server. Would that change anything about your moral assessment?
Not me, but it would have changed the position of many of the people within the ACC. Yes.
Those people should be laughed at. That's not.
Cynthia.
That's irrelevant. I'm giving you the context because you're saying, well, that's not the criticism. I'm like, but it is the criticism. You're wrong. You can say the criticism's dumb.
Emro fell asleep.
But he's responding to a dumb criticism.
I think what Beckett is trying to say, and I'm going to rephrase this.
Beckett, go home.
This is not acceptable at any means for Aiden's morality, because Aiden is identifying the problem with the Rosa call. It's not the fact that she did or did not have the ability to ban Necopon, but the fact that she is clinically and by the state certified.
This call is basically a U.S. Congress debate. It's more interesting, that's for sure.
And what Beckett is trying to say is, and I'm going to rephrase it because you two are going to go round and round in circles. I can already hear it. Is that for the ACC, it is not Lio's own cross to bear, but a community-wide issue. Because the community does not care if she's fucking mentally disabled, because they're all fucking mentally disabled. For what it's worth, I agree with you, Aiden, that she is a considerably level of mentally disabled than other individuals in that fucking space. But I kind of understand.
Yeah, she gets the same rights as a minor.
But I understand what Beckett is coming at, where the individuals within that. Now, I cannot describe if she gets the same rights as a minor. I do not know her
Well, I mean,
her mental capacity?
Yeah, I mean, not really. She obviously has like rights to do whatever she wants with her internet access. I don't know. It's a bit more complicated than that, but she does have like legal guardianship over her, which does restrict some of her freedoms, very similar to the kind of freedoms a child has. But it's not like she is treated whatever. Why are we even getting into this?
Test, yes or no?
No, not her test. I know she's under conservatorship. What do you think that?
Well, the reason why he's probably being quiet is because this is OpBlock's stream, and OpBlock is he seems a little bit controlling here, but to be fair, maybe he just wants this to be a productive line of discussion, but we all know it's not going to be. But he has said, like, if you guys yell at each other, you're gonna get muted, so that's probably why Emro is, like, toning it back.
I understand what the okay, Aiden, I work in mental health. I understand what the conservatorship is.
Oh, no.
There's a bunch of people under conservatorship for different reasons.
OpBlock, don't you know you're not allowed to say, like, nice things about people with mental illnesses if you work in the mental health industry? You can't do that. Then you're just sweeping.
I know, but I'm saying
my understanding, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just kind of want to just say she's under a conservatorship. I don't want to say that she's specifically a minor. I personally
That's what I'm saying.
I said she has the same rights as one.
No, you
No, because it's a lot more complicated than that. Yeah, you're right, Villa.
You're saying she has competency as one. You're alluding to the fact that she has competency as one.
Did I not say verbatim she has the same rights as a minor as well? I believe she also has the competency as one, but that's not what I said here. I said she's the same rights as one.
I'm just trying to make a standard. But I agree with you. You and I are in agreement that call shouldn't happen the way it happened. You and I are completely...
I really don't think the call should have happened at all. All it could have really took is one person having a private conversation with Rosa, explaining to her why it was wrong for Nekopon to stay in that server, and then, like, let it be. That's all she really needed.
Okay? I just don't want to... I just don't want to assert things that we don't know. Right? That's all I want to do.
I do know she has the same rights as a minor, just to be clear.
I mean, technically, we all have the same rights as a minor, and then some.
Speaking competency, I'm not saying rights.
Here's the issue with the whole Rosa thing, in my viewpoint. If I were Lio in this situation, and not just me, like, I think this is what I'm about to say.
You think he's gonna say something like, I would have bullied her more, huh, Lamel?
How actually most people function is that at first, if I were Lio, I would have probably said the same thing Lio said at first, which if you watch his video reacting to the entire drama, which probably nobody watched, he did apologize. In fact, he actually apologized to her, like, actually pretty shortly after.
Yes, but you're leaving out that he only apologized to her directly after so many people were telling him to. And he was basically refusing to do it and was trying to get proxies to go and apologize on his behalf. Like, sure, yes, he apologized, but you're missing the entire journey it took to get there.
After that call happened. And
do you think that...
I don't remember him apologizing to her after that call happened. I believe it was other people who apologized to her. I don't remember Lio apologizing to her after the call.
Hold on, I'm not done. But
that's why I stopped.
I just wanted to get real quick out of the way that if I was being bothered by multiple communities, being whined at ad nauseum about how horrific this call was over and over and over again, for, by the way, 3 years, we're going on 3 years, I should say. Yeah, you know what I'd probably do? I'd probably be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck her, I don't care.
But then that's indicative of you not changing, Vlad. That means you've actually gone back on the remorse and the change. Sure, you can argue that he's justified to do it if he's really so annoyed by it, but that's not indicative of change. Maybe he changed for a little bit, but then but that is a sign of him going back on that change. You can't then continue to say that he's changed after he does that. He gets fed up and goes, nah, fuck Rosa, actually. I should have been harder on her. I should have been worse. That's like, that means you're going back on the change that you've supposedly made.
Because that's what's been going on, right? And I think that's most people. If you were berated ad
Well, at this point, FG, it's pretty much just up for archival reasons. Yeah, I know.
nauseam over arguably the worst thing you ever did for entire years, yeah, you would
This is like
probably
nothing
I thought the worst thing he ever did was to Jax. Vlad. I thought you and I could agree that... I felt like we established this a while ago. In fact, I think it was in our first conversation with each other that we both agree the most insidious thing Lio's ever done was to Jax. To Dreadful Jax. And I stand on that firmly, that I believe that that's probably the worst thing he's ever done. And that's another example of him, like, refusing to apologize until his finger was, like, bent backwards. And he was basically forced to apologize to Jax. For better or for worse, I don't think it was right for Jax to harass him the way he did, but that's the fact of the matter.
Engagement. What is this point leading to?
Yeah, I don't.
That is the point. Like the
What am I
point,
doing?
like you're
Is that you
accusing
don't
him.
care?
Oh, I'm at the wrong place.
Your entire
No,
content is based
no,
on I don't care. What are you
the
fucking,
entire
what's the point?
the entire point, Emro, is that I would be saying the same shit Lio did if I had an army of fucking retards up my ass for 3 years over.
Well,
it.
yeah, you're
That's what I
probably
would be
retarded
doing.
too. Yeah, you're probably retarded too. So it's not
You-
like
I-
a great standard.
Yeah, I
Womp womp. Yeah. So the thing is that
You'd
you
be
guys,
bestiality
are, what
porn
you
on your
guys
hard
are,
drive.
you guys are dipping
true,
your
he did.
fucking toes. You're dipping your toes in drama. You know actually nothing about. Large
You were
amount
dipping
of
your
it,
toes
by
in
the
dog
way.
pussy. I don't see what the issue is.
Yeah.
Well, only your dog. But the thing is that
What?
you're dipping your toes in a drama. That, by the way, the only reason you know anything about it at all is because of me. Fun fact. And secondly, more importantly than that, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know
So,
half of the fucking
okay,
lore.
okay.
One of you retards
You
were
never
saying
stop
he
talking.
groomed a 13.
Vlad just eating up all the credit. Stolen valor, stolen valor, stolen valor.
Year-old.
Okay, first of all, merely saying.
Yeah,
that someone
none of us ever did our own research. None of us ever did our own research. None of us had our own reasons to come up to this at all, no.
doesn't know anything about something is not a point. You have to point where they've had a lack of knowledge that has made them to state something that was incorrect. Where have I done that? What have I said that was incorrect due to a lack of knowledge?
What's incorrect due to a lack of knowledge?
Hold on,
if
wait,
you keep
huh?
saying that someone doesn't know something about anything, that's like a non-point unless
Wait,
you're saying that
what?
their lack of knowledge has
You're-
contributed
what-
to a
no.
misunderstanding or a false
what I'm
statement.
saying
So what have I
is-
said that
what
was
I-
incorrect?
what I'm saying is you're having a moral conniption over ancient drama that you know very.
It does make things like this more entertaining for me. I hate it. Like, me personally, I hate it when people, like, a bunch of people are raising their voices at once in an argument. That puts me on, like, fight or flight mode by default. Which is why I don't do shit like this, right? Putting Pokemon battle music just makes it more tolerable for me.
Very
No, no,
little
you-
about.
no,
It keeps me from losing my mind and, like, my blood pressure going up.
Okay, but you just like
My
use
blood
like lack
pressure.
of knowledge as a point. So I'm just asking, like, where is that lack of knowledge like come into play where it would be relevant as like a criticism?
Huh?
I'm
Wait,
saying you're pearl clutching over it. Yeah,
Okay, so
that's the point.
so a new point. That's a new point, just to be clear.
No, my point is that you're pearl clutching over ancient drama.
A lack of
it's
knowledge.
not ancient drama. Ancient drama is like 5+ years ago. Ancient drama on the internet is 5+ years ago. Ancient drama anywhere is like 10, 20+ years ago. This was like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, 2.5. I don't think we're far enough out from it to call it ancient drama. 1 year is ancient? No, it's not. I vehemently disagree.
That
Pearl
you
clutching
just
are two
barely-
different points.
that-
A lack
yeah,
of
you
knowledge and pearl
barely
clutching
dipped your
are two
toes in.
different
Let each other
points.
speak, let each other
You
speak.
are
You ju-
pearl
just made 2
clutching
points.
over drama you have barely dipped your toes into. That's
Yeah,
the
so you,
point.
yeah, so you just like totally moved the goalpost.
You
like, this is a new point.
brought for example, what's your fucking that wasn't a new
I'm getting the loudest. That means I'm correct. When I get louder, that means I'm the most right.
point. That was actually my entire point.
Wait, you think lack of knowledge and pearl clutching are the same thing? Do you think pearl clutching means someone lacking knowledge?
No, I'm saying
you
if
did
you're
make a
gonna
new
pearl
point.
clutch, if you're gonna pearl clutch over something, you know a little bit more about.
I mean, did we expect him to, Villa? Was that really an expectation we had, bringing him in here? Remember, like, the Oplock, the only reason he wanted to bring this guy in here was to just tell them the Jordan Mintheart situation. But it became this entire, like, other thing that's not productive at all, because it's not going to change anyone's mind on anything. Well, that's what Vlad does in every conversation he becomes a part of. It's like, whatever the fuck you guys were talking about, shut the fuck up. Let's talk about what I want to talk about, you know? That's what it comes down to with Vlad. And you have to expect that when you're going to bring Vlad into a conversation. He's going to derail it and go, no, we're going to talk about what I want to talk about. This other conversation is dumb. You're retarded. I'm going to talk about me. Not me, but like, I'm going to talk about stuff that I'm interested in. Or that why you're dumb for caring about the shit that you care about. And here's why. And I made a entire PowerPoint presentation to demonstrate to you why I don't care about the stuff that you care about. That's Vlad to a T.
About than this drama.
This is still like non-engagement.
Or-
Us not knowing a lot
or
about
get-
the drama means nothing, and then us pearl clutching also means nothing. Do you have any like? Give something substantial or something. What is the point?
Dude, what do you mean? This drama means nothing. This is gay. This whole thing's gay.
Then why are you
Yeah.
here?
Because it's funny.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound like you're very
so
amused right now.
we're gonna move on because I
Are
think
we?
there's, we're just gonna move on because you guys are just kind of looping over and over into one person thinks that the drama is specifically pearl clutching. The other believes that
I mean,
pearl
on
is
one hand,
very-
people like Sai and I'm gonna say Anthony. I don't know too much about Malcolm. I don't know what his reactive take was about the Rosa call. I don't remember. I don't even know if I saw it. But I remember getting annoyed when Sai and the Anthony guy brought up the Rosa call because the way they presented it was like it was a smoking gun. And that's the part that bothered me about it. It's not that it was mentioned or brought up. I think if you have done something wrong and you're genuinely remorseful, I think it's fine. You have to just be able to accept that people are gonna bring it up. But the way that people like Sai and Anthony brought it up, like it was like, oh my god, this is like the definitive evil that he has ever done. You're gonna want to nail him to a cross after you see this. It makes me physically ill to look at. That's the shit that bothers me about when people bring up the Rosa call. Like, it's more condemning about other people than it is about Lio. That call. That call is really just Lio being his old self. That's him being his normal self. That's him in his natural element, is bullying the mentally ill. That's what he loves doing. Bullying and intimidating the mentally ill. That's what he does. The issue is when he tries to paint it under the guise of like morality or under the guise of altruism or doing someone a justice or exposing somebody or, you know, trying to do something, trying to paint it in a heroic way. To be honest, I never considered the Rosa call the worst thing. Me neither. I thought it was more, to me, when I saw the Rosa call, it was more condemning on Peaches than anybody else. Because Peaches was the one who needed to be, like, exposed as, like, the nasty bitch that she always was. But Lio, it's like, oh, everyone already kind of knows that. Vlad was never a predator hunter. I think him and his group of people in their corner of the internet, it's not that they hunt predators and pedophiles, it's that predators and pedophiles are some of the easiest targets to go after in terms of bullying, and have it be morally acceptable. Like, a lot of these people, they won't go after, like... even then, they won't go after, like, really hardcore predator groups or pedophile groups. Like, I would love to see these people go after more predatory groups on VR chat, or even just go after VR chat devs themselves for facilitating this platform where pedophiles can groom children and like gladly facilitate that, openly facilitate that. You know, like if they wanted to, they could tackle like way bigger stuff, way bigger issues, but they stick to these really niche like Discord morons who like do like really predatory shit with kids in Discord, and they're like too mentally stunted to hide their shit better. And like they make for really easy targets to go after and bully for these guys. I think they just go after like the easiest targets, not necessarily the people that are the worst dregs on society. I think if they actually cared about kids, they would go after the source of the problem, not just the symptoms. That's my hot take on that.
In the fact that Lio, specifically when it comes to Rosa, should not have done what he did. Which I'm going to be very fucking honest. I agree. I've said it multiple times. I will probably react to the call pretty soon. I'm going to try not to fucking TOS.
Honestly, like anytime I see anybody covering the Rosa call, I just have to roll my eyes. It's like, yeah, we know. It kind of is a dead topic, but I don't think it's wrong to have that in your back pocket as like an example you could point to demonstrate, here's what Lio did in the past, here's what Lio did at this point later on down the line, and here's what Lio is doing now. They are points of comparison, in my opinion. It's not the pinnacle of evil, alright? It's not something that Lio has to continuously self-flagellate and take accountability for, but it is a point of comparison. If you can look back at that and then compare that to newer calls and not see much of a difference, he has not changed. Yeah, there are worse calls out there, like the Rin call, the Sasu call. There's also calls that we haven't even heard about. Like the calls that we've heard about but have seen no like tangible evidence for, like the Dar the Star call that happened in October of 2023 roughly. There's testimony of like her getting the police called on them and people like she's having an actual mental breakdown in like a hotel room. And people have told me and other people that they were in that call, and you know, there's circumstantial evidence like tweets about it. Like, oh my god, I wish we could see that call. That call was so funny when the police were called on her. And everybody was jeering that, you know, she should get shot by the police. You know, shit like that. Little things like that. But there's so many calls that we don't even have the footage or the recording for. Yeah, I mean, Kato tried to get some of those calls out there, but then Lio DMCA'd him, which, oh, by the way, is another one of Beckett's supposed lines that he draws the line at. He got in my DMs, like, ranting and raving about how pissed he was that Kumo had the audacity to DMCA claim somebody, but then Lio did it, and he had no issue with that. He just pretends that never happened. Everyone pretends that never happened, that Lio never DMCA claimed anyone. I know that's something that Leia something covered. I know that's something, I think Kristinart covered it. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Kumo had to re-upload them because of the DMCA strike, but yeah, those kind of went missing as well. But yeah, he has done that shit before that people like Beckett would say, oh, that crosses the line for me with other people, but not with Lio, apparently. And that frustrates me.
I'm gonna be pissed off.
Hold on, just a question on this. Like, because Vlad brought this up. Lio apologized. Now, I don't think apologies fix things personally. I don't really care, but
I don't care. I don't really care.
like, he apologized before all this drama started.
What? When?
So is that
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
recognition that that's wrong?
Okay, no. So do you think that like the only reason someone can apologize for something is like a genuine acknowledgement that they've perpetrated like some sort of wrongdoing? Like they genuinely think what they did was wrong? No. People apologize all the time for things they don't regret. They're doing it as a response to public backlash.
But there wasn't
So in terms of the Dar the Star call, the only reason it's not public is because Dar themselves does not want it to be public, which is fair enough. But again, it's not really a call that anybody can really run with or make definitive statements about because we just don't have it and we never will. Which is unfortunate, but that's just the reality of it.
But there wasn't any public backlash. He apologized before the public backlash.
what are you talking about? Ponder had, in that very call, Ponder, who is a significant figure in the ACC, had called in and given him a condemnation, right? That would be like,
Chat,
he's
before
way
everybody
smaller.
go,
I
chat,
just said he apologized shortly after the call
I
ended.
understand that you guys
I
want
just
to
said
stop.
that.
Yeah,
Hold on. So
yes,
wait,
creators
yes,
that's,
yes,
but you're talking about
deserve
the
the
wider
ability to speak.
public.
Wait, you know Ponder. Wait,
Yeah, no, I
real
know
quick.
Ponder calls into the call.
No,
Hold
yeah,
on.
but no, but I'm talking to Gilda Poo. Just interrupted. You know Ponder, that happened in that call, right? You know that was like in the same call.
I think
Did
we're
you
getting
not know
lost in
that?
the weeds here.
What does Ponder have to do with it? I'm saying he
Because
offered apologies.
I'm sorry.
to
Did you
this woman
criticize me?
after the call ended.
Did you criticize me for a lack of knowledge and you didn't know that Ponder had called in to give him backlash?
I know.
Guys.
Call for lack of
My
knowledge.
blood
and you didn't
pressure's
know that
going up.
Ponder had called in to give him backlash. In
I
that very fucking call.
I know she called and gave backlash in the call. Everybody
Oh,
fucking
really?
knows that.
Seems like you
But
just
you're
figured that
fucking-
out.
The point is that they apologized after that point. The other point is that's not public backlash. That's a person coming into a call and chastising everybody
It's a
in
public
the call.
Discord call. The YouTuber called in had 800,000.
Significant influence.
Oh,
Yeah.
it wasn't. Oh my god,
but-
it's so
but
gay.
hold on,
It was
no,
a
no, hold
fucking
on.
VC in a server.
Other YouTubers were in the call, like Harley TBS. This was basically a public call. This was not.
Yeah,
private
okay.
in any sense of the
Okay.
definition.
Okay.
Same,
You don't
Emla,
think- You don't
same.
think like somebody of like influence, like in a public call, like telling you what you did was fucked, is like considered backlash? What?
Hold on, but
You're not in the.
Okay, I think they're getting too lost in the weeds here in terms of like debate broing about the like what is considered backlash and what isn't. I think we're getting disconnected from the overall point here, but let them duke it out.
The way you were previously defining it, no.
yeah, like
Let-
also,
let
like
Beckett-
you don't really understand what Ponder's position is in the community. You see big subscriber number, but Ponder and Lio, that's not Ponder coming down from a cloud to like shout at Lio as like this big. Ponder's like got loads of criticism and arguably had less power in the ACC than Lio did.
What? What? Ponder?
Okay.
Ponder? Wait, hold on. What did he say?
Like this big. Ponder's like got loads of criticism and arguably had less power in the ACC than Lio.
Is that? I don't think that's true. Ponder had less power than Lio did. That is a wild overestimation. That is not true. In fact, you could even argue that the only reason Lio had the amount of influence and power he did is because of Ponder. Like vouching for him and being his friend. And allowing Lio to use her name to be like, well, see, Ponder agrees with me. Here's Ponder. Ponder's in my video. Ponder's in my live stream. Ponder's in my Discord. See, I got Ponder on my side. Yeah, what is he talking about? It's him trying to paint Lio as a martyr again. Also, didn't he disagree when somebody earlier said that Lio was a figurehead of the ACC? Wasn't he like, no he's not? Didn't he disagree with that? But now he's flipping on that here? Like he wasn't a figurehead, but he had way more influential power than Ponder Sprocket? Ponder fucking Sprocket? You kidding me?
Lio did.
Okay. And how? I guess.
Yeah, how?
What do you mean by? Well, okay. So Ponder basically had a big falling out with most of the other like SCC people
Uh-huh.
over what was happening with Chuli and Heaton and stuff, and because she wouldn't just be used, she wouldn't just attack Dog. She lost a huge amount of influence because she wasn't friends with the right people. So while Ponder had like big numbers in
Sure, you could frame it
audience,
like
the actual
that.
community itself, what you're talking about with the Senate, she didn't carry anywhere near the weight Lio did.
So you don't think there would be like a significant amount of like social pressure? From,
No,
like,
because there wasn't. No,
No,
because there wasn't. Because
no,
the call happened, there was no significant pushback or pressure, and then he still apologizes, and it's only later, like a year later, that this comes to light during the FCK drama.
Okay.
So
No, it wasn't. No. It wasn't even the FCK drama. It came up because I put it in a video. That's literally all that happened.
Yeah.
So
Vlad trying to take credit again. Wait, is he trying to take credit for the Rosa thing too? Wait, I'm so confused. I got lost a little bit.
There was no significant pushback or pressure.
About the Rosa
And
call?
then he still apologizes, and it's only later, like a year later, that this comes to light during the FCK drama.
Okay.
So
No, it wasn't. No. It wasn't even the FCK drama. It came up because I put it in a video.
They don't want to mention Kumo? Nope, even before that, Here is the exact timeline of how the Rosa Call got a bit more popular and a bit more pushback. Okay, and I'm not exaggerating here, I did a stream on it because somebody, I think it was Migs, actually, Migs sent the video to me and said, hey, this is pretty bad, you should take a look at it. And I looked and I reacted to it on stream, and then Omnia saw my stream, somebody shared my stream with Omnia, and then Omnia blew it up on Twitter and advertised that she was gonna make a video about it. That's how it started getting more popularity. Mostly because of Omnia signal boosting it. It's not, it didn't explode because Vlad included it in a video. I don't know what he's talking about here.
That's literally all that happened.
Yeah.
So I was about to say,
Stolen valor, stolen valor. It's just a nitpick, it's not that big of a deal, but again, he's got the memory of a goldfish.
and this is for clarity's sake,
He'd probably just accuse me of gaslighting him if I said that to his face, though.
Vlad, if I remember correctly, because again,
Yeah, the big pushers then were Kai and Omnia, and then Lio made a video against Kai Weiss, and then Kai Weiss pushed back with his video, and Omnia pushed back with her video, and even Cinebear got into the mix. He said he didn't care about the... Vlad said he didn't care about the Rosa Call, but he's taking credit for it spreading around? I don't get it.
I am the most tourist of the ACC. It is Vlad who leaked the Rosa Call.
No, he didn't! He didn't, though! What? Wait, wasn't it that Neora person who leaked the Rosa Call? I swear it was Neora who leaked the Rosa Call, because the Rosa Call was in her Google Docie. And that's where Migs found it from, and that's where I think Migs was the one who shared it with me. And that's how it all spiraled off. How come I have a better memory of this shit, and I wasn't even involved half the time?
Knowledge of the Rosa Call existing. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, I was the one that
No, Vlad! My blood pressure!
put it publicly on blast, yeah.
No, you didn't! Why? What do you... Wait,
Correct in that.
wait.
Yeah, I was the one that put it publicly on blast.
You're the one who put it on blast, but you said you never gave a shit about the Rosa Call? I think Vlad's gotta be fucking with them, dude. Just actually, like, psyoping them. Because that's not correct at all.
Yeah.
Because Lio had apologized, and also the person who was most freaked out about it was Peaches.
It's fun to follow these commentary community dust-ups and then forget about them for a few months. You come back and yesterday's heroes are today's villains. I should have just stayed home. I should have just stayed in my cryogenic stasis. I shouldn't have come back to this.
Because Peaches knew people were coming for her.
Okay, so Peaches
These
had
fucking tourists.
anticipatory, like she was anticipating social backlash.
Well, Peaches was anticipating social backlash because Peaches was a bitch and lots of people wanted to gut her.
Yeah, guys, we all hate Peaches. Peaches is just so awful. Peaches committed elder abuse.
And she realized that that could be used against her. But that's
Okay.
only because, importantly, only because the FCK stuff was happening. And
Okay.
that's what she was worried about.
Quick question, in general, do you think like the anticipation of social backlash
Did Vlad leak the FCK logs too?
can be like enough to get someone to disingenuously apologize?
Okay, but then this becomes like one of those debates of you can never do a truly
Wait.
good thing because you're
I-
always expecting the result.
No, because there
waiting for
there
my
are other
stamina to come back.
factors that would show that someone is genuine to their actions. One of those factors would not be minimizing the action in hindsight, right? That would probably show that you probably don't really feel as sorry as you've led us to believe.
So what are my issues that I'm having in this?
Go on,
And
Rob.
this is not like to anybody. I am not fucking sweeping. I want to make it very fucking clear.
If I make my voice sound really angry, that's how you know you should listen to me.
It sounds like there is, because I don't know these things. There's a lot of explanation that has to be given, and when the explanation is
My
given,
head
it's
hurt.
for asking standards, which I understand Aiden standards. I'm
Zach
not
Not Kyle's in the Opblux chat. If you know the lore of all this, it's clear Emro and Aiden have no clue what they're talking about. Thank you, Zach Not Kyle. When are you finishing your visual novel or whatever the fuck ever?
even disagreeing somewhat with them. I think that the
I haven't seen any sign of Peaches. I think Peaches legitimately went and touched grass. Good for her.
anticipatory of public backlash when people react to certain things. But Peaches has her own specific history that is outside of Lio. Beatrice has her own history with individuals like Creepshow Art. Beatrice has her own history with a bunch of other people. This is not Lio Convoy.
Time to take my
that is the only
meds.
thing I want to recenter
Oh
to,
shit.
because the
That's
ACC
too many
as
meds.
a whole has been a hodgepodge
I took
of
too
weird
many meds
fuck
today.
all shits, from Cinnabear to fucking whatever the fuck club shittoey of the club shittos.
I mean, again,
So-
this is
so my
this
only-
is just
so
the thing.
I wanna keep this-
Cinnabear isn't even ACC. Like people talk about this community like it's
She's
all one
ACC adjacent though.
thing. Birdie, not ACC. The Saber Spark stuff gets referred to ACC stuff. It's not. It's nothing to do with it. But this is the problem. Like,
Yes, Beckett, the arbiter of the ACC would have all this information, but he's not part of the ACC, guys.
people come through and ask questions, and then
Like you.
like have
Don't deny you were one of those people, Beckett.
like then if the context of the like question they're asking they don't like it's sweeping. And let me ask you, if you've ever asked me for any information on the ACC, have I ever like lied to you or tried to misdirect you, or have I just handed you fucking calls and told you what's in them?
See, look at all the good things I did for you guys, and now you guys are turning your back on me.
No, I've never accused you of lying to me.
Yeah, but here's the point. Like, what's annoying me personally is I don't care if you guys hate Lio. I've never like I think there's plenty to hate about Lio. I don't even disagree with people. But like my issue here is it's like, well, Beckett's like pulling teeth. Well, if you guys ask me about stuff, I'll tell you as honestly as I can. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm giving you honest takes.
You don't think he's a
And then I'm directing you to other calls, like the Satsu call,
Well,
like
yeah, I
the
was about
fucking Lio's courtroom call, like
Okay.
any of this shit. So
Yeah,
I
but-
don't like this accusation that I'm just trying to protect.
wait,
Lio.
wait,
But the
can I-
issue is
wait,
you'll
no.
see.
You're about to reiterate my criticism. With the cowards. I need to say real quick, just to clarify and get it on the record. It feels like to me, right, based on what I've seen, that you maybe because you're scared of losing this like worthless, or I guess not worthless to you. You're scared of like losing this bridge or something. You yourself are like super scared to like bite the bullet on like points that like if I was to argue to you about anyone else, you
Sunk cost fallacy.
would easily be willing to say, yeah, this person's a coward. Not it seems cowardly.
Oh yeah, isn't this... Was it before this, or like during this, where... I think it was the debate they had earlier, where Aiden was like, "Can you just get this like tell this guy's a coward for not getting call with me?" And Beckett was like, "But he's just not though." And he was trying to be like, "Well, can you guys do the call like in private? Can it be like a private call in his server? I think that would make Lio feel better." It's like fucking, he's not an invalid.
Right? It seems like there's like a hesitation
okay, so,
to make
like-
any strong statements about this person.
No, hold on. It's not because I'm like, I just don't want to come on and be like, I just think he's a fucking coward. He's not a total coward. He knows he'll get clipped. He just wants to deny you the content. That's my honest take. But if I tell
He just
you
wants
that,
to
if I
argue the
say to you,
content.
oh, I just think
Lio wants to argue the content of their criticisms. Is that what happened during the Emro call? With him just repeating himself, being like, "You're so dumb, you're so stupid, you're so dumb, you're so stupid." That was him arguing the... That was him arguing the merits of their criticism.
I just think he's a fucking coward. He's not a total coward. He knows he'll get clipped. He just wants to deny you
So... well, whatever.
the content. That's my honest take.
We've already seen the screenshot of Beckett calling someone else a coward for not wanting to get into a group chat with them. We've already seen it. We've all seen it.
But if I tell you that, if I say to you, oh, I just think he's trying to like deny you the take.
Why don't he
the same
talk to
reason he don't-
Malcolm?
He went same reason. He thinks Malcolm just wants to make the content, so and he doesn't
Okay,
like
why is he
Malcolm.
denying?
Why do you think he's doing that? Why do you think he's doing that with all these people? But he was willing to talk to Kumo and Vlad, who, and let me remind you, Kumo was the one that put Vlad's wife's face, no, not Vlad, sorry, Lio's wife's face in his video, and Vlad was the one that mocked her in his video and basically called her a rapist. But he was willing to talk to them more than anybody else. So why is he refusing to talk to these people? When arguably Kumo and Vlad were like the harshest, most unforgiving, uncharitable people on the planet to him. Yeah, and Vlad's the one who told Kumo to do that. It's like... Do you think it's because Lio knows he has no shot of manipulating people like Malcolm and Emro to come onto his side? He doesn't think he has a shot at manipulating them? Could be.
So why would he? So Well, because he doesn't want to help you guys. Which I
He
think is
doesn't
a
want to help them.
bullshit
Why?
reason.
Because they're critical of him. Which
That's
no,
coward?
no, because he'd get the views. Because other people get the views out of
Get
it.
the views. What? Yeah, Beckett. Lio would never want to talk to anybody that would get views out of him. I mean, you're an exception, though, right? He'll talk to you. It's not like you've never made content out of him before and criticized him and got content out of it and got paid for it. No.
You don't
Because
think
you guys are
like,
just gonna
he hates
clip
you
him
guys.
out of context because you have a hate
What?
file. That's
Wait,
the reality of it.
when have I ever done that?
Listen, but this is hold on. That's my argument, Aiden. I said to Lio he should talk to you. I agree with this,
Have him talk to Dr. K. Why not?
but I don't think he's just being cowardly and not talking to you. I think he's being a fucking baby about it.
I don't think he's being cowardly. I think he's being a baby.
I think he should just get on a call with you, but I don't think it's cowardice is
Why?
the reason he's.
Why do you think he should get in a call with them? Why do you think that Lio should get in a call? And do you think he's wrong for not getting into a call?
Not doing it. And if I give
Okay.
you that honest take, I feel trapped because then I have a lot of people go, well,
Oh, doesn't that suck, Beckett, when you feel trapped between a rock and a hard place and hindsight's 2020? Oh, that sucks.
Beckett's just sweeping, you won't call him a coward. I don't think he
Isn't
is.
Can
fear
I-
being
can
a
I-
cowardice, though?
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Just for me personally, this is what I'm going to say because it's my platform and I want to say it. The reason I pulled up the stream is I think that this call is entirely bad. I think that this call with Dreamer
Yes, we need to disavow it 15,000 times.
specifically, and I'll go on the fucking record in saying it.
And I'm
I
gonna
told-
get loud. I'm gonna get loud.
told Lio, why are you interacting with Dreamer? You do this every time. If you're gonna be a fucking lolcow, I want nothing to do with it.
But I'm gonna sit here and continue to defend him, even though I've said I want nothing to do with it.
That's the reason I fired up the stream, and I'm gonna consist at that.
That's... I fired up this stream to tell everyone I want nothing to do with it. That's why we're arguing about it for 3 hours. For almost 4 hours. That's how much I want nothing to do with it.
Way. I'm gonna
Usually-
kick him out of my
oh,
server.
shit, my
No,
bad.
because I wouldn't kick anybody out of my server.
I want nothing to do with it. Oh, wait, huh? Wait, huh?
And I'm gonna consist it that way. I'm gonna kick him
What's
out of
that?
my server? No, because I wouldn't kick anybody out of my server.
Anybody.
Personally, my rule, unless you're an actual pedophile that I need to deal
Okay, there you
with,
go.
or a fucking criminal or otherwise, I think creators, if
Actual criminal record.
they want to fight, I have a creator class thread for that. They could do that as much as they want. I will give you the fucking role. Just know that you're gonna make content out of it for me.
Okay, and I want to just say this. I want to just repeat this. I really want to drive it home publicly. Whether it's Seska, Malcolm, Aiden, like Falgi, anybody who comes to me and asks for
Okay.
Lio's worst moments, I have given them like all the information. I've given them the call records. I've given people logs. So if I'm pissed, it's because I feel like I'm being pretty fucking reasonable in handing over all these embarrassing moments, directing people to him. I mentioned to Aiden there's 2 more Rosa calls that nobody's talking about. So it's not like I just don't like this sweeping allegation when quite clearly behind the scenes and again here publicly I'm saying, hey, here are all of Lio's shitty moments.
Yeah.
If I was just sweeping for the guy, I probably wouldn't be fucking doing that. I'd probably be trying to conceal bits of that information. If for no other reason, it causes me less of a fucking headache.
I will say this publicly before we go on. Those are the calls.
Yeah, guys, that's the definition of sweeping. It wouldn't be going on to every single live stream that is ever critical about him to defend his honor. That's not sweeping. This is like a if I had done it moment. How would they know if you're trying to hide information from them if you're not giving them that information? How would they know? How would they know that you're omitting information? It's impossible to know if info is being omitted from you if you don't even know it exists. At least not yet. I'm just saying what if. I'm not accusing Beckett of doing that because I don't know. But I know a lot of information is being presented inaccurately here. I'm not going to say there's any intent behind that. I just think that they're both misremembering a lot of things. Confidently misremembering things.
That I've been requesting. I have been immediately requesting, because people have discussed it with me, that there is a Rosa call worse than the public Rosa call.
Plenty of them, in fact. Plenty of them that are public.
He's told
Yeah, the
me
technical-
he is
it's
more
it's-
embarrassed by. And
It's the tech call.
Oh, it's the what call? It's the tech call?
Tech call. The tech
I've
call's
requested
fucking
it.
insane.
Yeah, that call, the Sasu call, the Rin call, the Mali call, the Crystal call, the Dreamer call, the VQ call,
It's
the Jax call.
in tech
Although that was before the Rosa call, so I guess that doesn't count.
call. He starts talking about, oh well, you can understand.
Oh yeah, the February 28th and the February 29th call, where he basically addresses all of Jordan's allegations against him by saying, no, you were the abusive one. Pulls every Darvo tactic out of the box to use against Jordan. Threatens to file a lawsuit against Jordan to get them to shut up. Yeah, that's how you know that someone's truly sorry about their actions, is when they threaten to file a lawsuit against the person making those accusations that you have to apologize for. Yeah, all that jazz. Totally. And also, you know, threatening Jax that he'll make sure that he doesn't get into military school. Also threatening Vlad and his kid with a police call, you know. But no, he didn't do any of that. That's all, you know. He didn't do any of that.
And grooming, if you can understand Star Wars, it's completely fucking insane.
Yeah.
And it
Insane behavior. Insane behavior. Insane behavior. We need that on a voice. We need that on a soundboard. Insane behavior.
I've asked for it, and I've asked for it because I wanted to cover it, because I want to kind of like, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, I don't want to be like, this is not me sweeping. I want to cover the call that I feel like, if the Rosa call already pisses me off, I already know what this fucking new call is gonna piss me off about. But I think that's the
Well-
other thing. Is that
Well, the thing is too, the oh, sorry, go on.
But that's what I'm saying is that.
Jesus Christ,
Dude,
what the
are
fuck?
you doing here, friend?
Morning.
Good morning. Are
I
you-
just woke up and I just saw that you guys were in a VC and I wanted to come in here and be a little baby e-girl. Give me attention. Shut up, woman. Shut up. Woman with accent. Your opinion is invalid. Oh, it broke.
He's just not doing it against somebody where it would be like totally optically atrocious to do that against, right? But I haven't seen
If you're a woman with a vaguely European accent, your opinion is invalid.
like, the mere fact that he like doesn't like understand like what the main problem with what he
Why does like almost every girl in existence, they hop into a Discord call like that? Like, hey guys, I just woke up. Can you guys like say hi to me? I just woke up from a little nap. How are you guys doing? It's like, can you not like be presentable at least? Sorry to all my lurkers. Okay, Yapla. I don't come into calls like that. I come in like, hey guys, what's going on? Hey guys. Stones in glass houses. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, maybe Discord calls with you, but I know you. We're besties. What the hell? This is not the same thing. This is a live stream in front of like hundreds of people. That's not the same thing. You can't compare that.
did is, to me, it like indicates he probably lacks the insight to feel genuine
Okay,
remorse.
I've got like two questions here. So like, just do the first one simply. This call that's just happened. I haven't seen it. And as I
We
said to
hate
you
women
earlier,
here. We
I've
hate
only
women
heard,
here.
Like, little bits about it. Is this
Where's
just a
Clef?
general VC where Dreamer just randomly joins it? Is that the context?
I think it was.
To my knowledge, yeah.
We're
what I've been
relitigating this
told
one
from
again?
Individuals who have been in the call specifically.
Okay, so from that side, if Lyra's just hanging out and a Spurg who's been
Enlaa putting the Ervo in Darvo. What does Darvo stand for again? I totally forgot. Fuck it, I gotta look it up. Hold on. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. Hey now. Hey now. I deny an attack and deflect. That's what I do. I put the d in Darvo. Oh yeah, is this where they litigate like Lio just couldn't block the guy. Didn't Malcolm say something like his thumbs were too fat? He couldn't block him.
constantly trying to get his attention. Dreamer has tried for like 4 months, I think it is now, to
4 whole months? That's like insane, dude. That's insane behavior. Insane behavior.
get into calls with Lio. He's had multiple calls with Lio. He keeps trying to engage with him. And
Thank
Lio
you,
keeps telling him to
lurkers, for
fuck
the
off, and now
engagement.
he's at the point where he's just like sick of it. Because those early calls, I believe, were
Oh,
much
you know, when you know when someone's bothering you and pestering you, and you just have no choice but to go back against every single one of your perceived values, and just do the exact thing that would make people accuse you of not changing, and he just had no choice, guys. He was helpless to this autistic guy's Discord messages, just completely helpless. There was nothing else he could have done.
that effect.
Is the block button non-existent?
Well, how can he block somebody if he's in somebody
Wait,
else's general
doesn't
VC?
block
just walking?
doesn't
Beckett? Beckett? You're in Discord every fucking day. How do you not know this?
wait, blocking now on Discord.
You know that there is an entirely new feature that Discord's had for like a year now, called the ignore feature. And when you ignore somebody in a Discord server, it doesn't just block their messages. It blocks them entirely. It makes them practically invisible to you. That is what the ignore feature does. You can fully ignore somebody, and it makes them practically disappear. And now Beckett's here like, how are you supposed to do that in somebody else's Discord server? That's virtually impossible.
I'm pretty sure you can't hear the other user. Hasn't that happened?
There's also the mute button. There's also the mute soundboard button. There's also just the ignore button everyone has in their fucking brain.
Isn't that like new on Discord?
But so if I'm gonna be honest, that is goalpost shifting. Aiden, that is, Aiden, I agree. And Aiden, I agree with
What?
you. To
What?
be fair,
What? How is that goalpost shifting? That is literally, they're literally giving you solutions. Like, Beckett says, how is he supposed to block somebody? He can't block somebody in someone else's server. Aiden goes, actually you can. And he goes, you're moving the goalpost. Huh?
that he should be blocking these people and should not.
Oh,
be.
hold on.
But that is
No, I
goalpost
disagree with
shifting.
you. Wait,
no.
to argue a goalpost shift,
What?
what
No.
was position A? What was
What?
position B?
What, you disagree with me? No!
Or did they
Because
shift it?
because position
No.
A is that he shouldn't be doing it. That he doesn't fundamentally understand why the problem is, and your new position is he should block them.
Because that is the fundamental thing that he doesn't understand, dude. That is an example of him lacking the fundamental understanding of what he should and shouldn't do in these situations. That is an example. That is him saying, here's an example, why didn't he block him? How is that shifting the goalpost? That's an example. Oh my god.
So I can I can. The fact that he didn't. The fact
Emro finally woke up from his princess slumber.
that he would rather go for the option
Barely. I think he drifted back off again.
of like getting him and his cronies to gang up on them than click a simple
He's
button.
not.
That's
How
not even what
that's
happened.
not-
How is
but
he
that's
getting
not-
them to gang up on them if Dreamer is just randomly joining a VC?
I don't know. And me.
But I
Okay.
was about to say is that the Dreamer is a very particular case where, in my personal opinion, because I've actually spoken with the guy in a stream where he lied.
Here,
Lied
I can answer this question very plainly for you guys, because for somebody like Lio, blocking someone is the same as admitting defeat. Because Lio can't help himself, especially when he thinks that they are an easy target. Now, there are times where he does block somebody, when he can frame it as harassment. Like Kumo or Vlad, for instance. Which I think most people would probably argue that he had every reason to block them if they were actually, like, you know, trying to face dox his wife and stuff. You could say that that's a valid crash out. Valid crash out moment. But I think for a lot of these people, it's like, you blocked me, coward. He doesn't want to be seen as a coward, so he acts like a different kind of coward.
stream, right? My issue is that Dreamer is a troll. Now, Aiden, you and I agree that the block button exists.
Malcolm believes that his wife just doesn't look at him. I mean, we don't have any evidence that his wife does look at him, so I don't know. Both are just, it's Schrodinger's Lio Schrodinger's wife. It's like, I mean, either possibility could be just as valid right now. We don't know if they even sleep in the same bedroom. I mean, we have testimony from Jordan, who actually lived with them, saying that they barely interact with one another. Ugh.
And that Lio is engaging with Dreamer is lolcow behavior. That's personally
Yes.
my opinion on it. My issue is that I don't think it's I personally don't think it's necessarily emblematic of the Rosa call issue, but
Well, it's indicative that he hasn't changed. He's just chosen other targets.
do agree that it's emblematic of a
Bella! Time yourself out.
problem that if he continues to backslide on it, that's why I'm covering this fucking stream, because I do think it's annoying that he doesn't understand it.
Like,
So, oh, god damn it. I pressed the wrong button! Where were we? Fuck! I don't remember.
I mean, the Rosa call, like,
People into the call is the
You're not obligated to give anyone the benefit.
I'm not
of the
saying
doubt.
it's
There
an
should not be.
these people are who are calling in, and Patch has to explain the fucking bestiality porn they drew for Lily Orchard when they were a fresh
Wait,
21
What the fuck?
with it. No.
Whoa.
Continue to say, well, Emro message the minor. Let it be very clear that Emro has.
And I do it again, motherfucker.
Again, why do you have to say that on stream, motherfucker? Again, Emro.
You know, Emro and Vlad are really, like, can we just say that Emro is just like the younger version of Vlad? It's like, you both do out-of-pocket shit for attention.
Has already owned the mistake.
Can you watch the Beckett versus Patchwork? Do you honestly think I want to, like, make myself suffer that way? With two insufferable people in the same room talking to each other? Emro fake crash out? I don't know. It's,
Proof that that's ever happened.
Okay. All right. You know what? Fine. All right.
Again.
Fucking
Go for it.
bumbling retard, dude. I'm glad your kid's not homeschooled. Holy
Hold on,
shit.
hasn't a load of this been like you guys asking a question and then like it becomes into the wider context of what the ACC is like, whether it's like with Ponder or stuff around Jordan or anything else?
like,
yeah,
I totally lost what spot I was in, so we're just here now. Sorry. Sorry.
obviously not everyone's gonna know everything, and that's fine. That's fine. I just like
I think with a statement like that,
Not everyone's gonna know everything. I mean, including you. Not everyone's gonna remember everything. I mean, sure. But you seem to forget a lot of convenient stuff.
you should like go. It's probably good practice to just like have some basis before you like say it.
I mean, oh
Declare.
yeah, you know, it's really
Jesus
funny
Christ.
you say that because like, how many times have you guys just made up shit on the fly in this
Yeah, like
call
what? Like,
about
what have I
other
made up?
people?
What have I
Like
made up?
say like saying, for example, that Lio got a bunch of people to go after Dreamer, which is what you literally.
Oh no. Isn't this the part where they just go into complete pedantry land?
said in this
Okay.
call. You just like made.
I think
That's
we're a
my
little bit
personal
past
one
this
disagrees
That
point.
is that
No
is
one
my
disagrees with
personal. And you're in a call, right? And you see your audience do something. I would do that myself, personally speaking. I can't fault Lio for doing that because if I see people in my audience attacking someone, because I always do this all the time. Please don't defend me on stream. I don't want to fucking hear it. If I hear one of you guys fucking call into a stream defending me, that's fucking gay cringe.
Oh my god. Shut up.
Lio's gonna do that and highlight, hey, you shouldn't say X thing. He is the creator. He's a.
I swear, one of these people they made up, they came with another excuse for Lyle of like, well, everybody else was already arguing with this guy, so he had to come in and start curb stomping Dreamer into the dirt. Or some gay shit like that, right? Just because your Discord server is doing it doesn't mean you have to continue facilitating it. Like, I had to make a rule in my Discord server specifically so that people would not do gay accountability calls in my Discord server. There were so many times, especially with Laka and Crystal, especially like with those two. Oh, and Bruce. Like those are the three main offenders where it's like I had to come in so many times to be like, guys, take this shit somewhere else. You're not having an impromptu interview in here or an interrogation, okay? Get out, please. It's like I didn't have to come in there and be like, okay, I guess I'm gonna mediate this now. Haha. Hi, I'm the new mediator here. I'm gonna be the arbiter of who's right and who's wrong. No, I just told them to leave and take it somewhere else. That's how the Rin call happened? Is it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. With Lio anyway. They really are. Which is why it's funny that Laka ever thought I would willingly get into an accountability call. That shit's hilarious.
Allowed to
Yeah,
do that.
good try,
Now,
buddy.
Whether or not he dragged people into the call is the argument of the contention. But again, that's not what happened. Dreamer was already in there.
If I wasn't sick, I would drag her into a call this instant.
Lio joins it.
Yeah.
Now, I will agree that Lio should not be in fucking calls with Dreamer. It's fucking... Alright, I don't say this fucking word very often, but it's fucking retarded.
How many times is this guy gonna, raise his voice even though nobody else is yelling? Stop yelling, bro.
I don't understand why the fuck he's doing it. He's acting like a lolcow. And
If yell louder, you'll be more convincing.
to me,
We
that's
can-
my
and
personal
no one
line.
disagrees
That
with
is
it.
that
No
is
one
my
disagrees with
personal
it.
line.
But okay, so here's one of the things. And do you think that the information, how you're reading things, can be particularly one-sided? You had Patch call in. We both talked to Patch, and then we went through Patch's accusations with the stuff
So,
Lio said about the abortion. And
for the
you're
record,
"No, I hate to agree
I've-
with Beckett, but it doesn't sound like this. And then also gets to the history.
Hang on, I'm
of who
missing
these
on some
people
shit.
are.
I'm missing out on some shit. I've heard bits and pieces of the Beckett and Patchwork call. I had to go in and out because I got so Patchwork hasn't changed much either, let's be honest. Patchwork is the same he's been since day one. Holy fuck. This is how do you get to this point in your life where you're always talking like this and everything has to be so dramatic? And to this day, I regret it, to this day. And I'll never forget that day for as long as I live, but that is what Poppy did to me. It's as a father, I am a father. I am a father, a proud father. Oh my god. Kill me. Actually kill me. Did Patchwork speak Latin during the call? I don't know, but if he did, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
Patch's accusations with the stuff Lio said about the abortion, and you're like, no, I hate to agree with Beckett, but it doesn't sound like this. And then also
What?
gets to the history.
So wait, is Beckett's stance on the abortion joke that it wasn't out of pocket? For a godly Christian man like Lio who has changed? That's the thing, is that you can't have it both ways. You can't say he's changed and is a better person now, and say, well fuck, Lio can say whatever he wants and fuck those people for getting offended. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. He can say the most offensive shit and I don't care. But then he hasn't changed. I mean, I guess technically he's changed his behavior, but he's changed that aspect of his behavior for the worst.
History of who these people
But
are.
you can't have it both ways. You can't say he's changed for the better, guys, and then oh yeah, but he's gonna tell people to kill themselves and say that he's glad that people get abortions, or he's glad that people, he's gonna make jokes about people's abortions and shit. I don't know. I'm just saying you can't have it both ways. It's either one or the other.
Who were calling in, and Patch has to explain the fucking bestiality porn they drew for Lily Orchard when they were a fresh 21-year-old.
Wait, I'm sorry, what's one side about
Fresh 21-year-old? Nice and fresh, the way Beckett likes them.
any of that? I've offered for Lio to come on my stream as well. He refuses. I've offered both sides.
I'm not
No,
saying
he's not saying that.
you're being one-sided. I'm saying, do you think the information you're getting is one-sided?
Sure, but I obviously scrutinize it and don't instantaneously believe it, as you saw with in the fucking I even gave
Sure.
pushback.
Yeah, sure. And
pushback against Patchwork.
again, I haven't chatted at you. I'm not mad at you. But it's
Okay.
one of those things with the general criticism.
I'm not mad at you guys. You're all my besties. I'm not mad at anyone. Let's all make out later.
I have when we feel like you're asking.
And can we please have Daddy Queeman watch? Please.
Well, me in particular, I feel like you're asking me questions about Lio, where you're missing a lot of context. The context you have is one-sided.
And have him berating me the entire time during the orgy too. Please.
And picking apart why stuff that happened years ago happened and how it happened is a lot more complicated than you seeing one call and then coming to a conclusion. Now, I have seen this stuff. I have run through this content, so my takes may be more nuanced. I think it is.
Guys, I think the problem here is that Beckett is just too fair. He's too fair and too nuanced. He's too objective. It's just, everyone else's problem is that they're just too biased. They just hate Lio too much. Beckett's the only fair one.
I think it is bad faith to just say,
Oh, bad faith, bad faith, bad faith. Oh, Kumo. Good to see you, man. When did you get back here?
Beckett's sweeping, when I'm trying to give you an honest
Of
answer.
course you'd think that's bad faith for people to say that you're sweeping because it's criticism against you.
Because I could just come here and be like, yeah, Lio's a fucking coward. Yeah, Lio's like insane,
That is-
but it wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be the whole truth anyway.
Yeah, guys, you guys just don't know the truth. What is the truth?
And like, I don't like doing that. That's not how I
Well, the AI is just really dumb in this game. They just wander into our town and get shot constantly.
function, which was my whole issue with morale. Like, I don't tend to do that. I tend to be quite nuanced and I tend to be considered. And I try and be fair. I think that
Except that one time back in March. We don't talk about that time, though. Except that one time. I guess he just wasn't trying very hard that day. Huh.
that's reasonable. And I feel, as a general thing, when
What do you think the
people
word
take
cowardly
shots at me-
means?
Oh my god, shut up. I think, like, as a general thing, when I get shots taken at me, it's always very convenient. No one's complaining when I'm sort of giving
Distraction.
them the benefit of the doubt. Right?
Wait, what? Hold on, sorry, I missed it.
No one's complaining when I'm sort of giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Why would they complain about it? I mean, it's kind of like how most people don't leave positive Yelp reviews. Most people don't leave a review on something unless it's negative.
Right?
Enlaa, you literally crashed out when you heard that part. I've already done my crashing out, okay? I'm chill.
No one's ever
Nobody's
come into
making
a
you
call
give anyone the benefit of the doubt.
Well, no, but that's how I act. So that's what you should expect from me.
You were not
Unless you mean the Latin, him speaking Latin in his video. That was hilarious.
obligated to give.
I
me the
did
benefit
crash
of the
out at
doubt.
that
You're
part.
not obligated to give Lio the benefit of the doubt. You're not obligated to give anyone the benefit.
I'm not
of the
saying
doubt.
it's
It should
an
not be a point of
obligation.
argumentation on your part.
I'm not saying it's an obligation. I just think that you guys are being highly unfair when you don't give me the benefit of the doubt.
You
I'm not
don't
saying
need
it's
to
an
do these
obligation.
things.
I'm not saying it's an obligation. I'm just saying if you're giving
Why
a
do you
read
bring-
on
why do you
me,
keep bringing it up? Why do you keep
because
bringing up the
because
benefit
it
of the
should
doubt?
be reasonable. No, because it is reasonable if you're going to give a take on me that you give me.
Which
give
one,
me at least
Villa?
The charity that's
Oh, poor Beckett wants just a crumb of charity. That's so sad. I think we can all relate to just wanting just a little crumb of charity.
how
Sad.
Beckett acts. If people want to say Beckett's a fence sitter, that's fine. That's okay. When I have a hard take on something, when I really care about something, I'll tell you. But like, just treat me like consistently. That's all
Wah.
I'm asking for here.
That's all. Guys, please. Please understand, please.
I think what
Yeah, I mean, it seems like on your streams you never give any hard stances. The only hard stances you'll give are to like pedophiles or whatever. But every other thing you cover, you will like just make like retarded jokes. You'll never take a hard stance and you like laugh autistically at stuff. You'll never take any hard stances ever. And it seems like the only time you have taken hard stances are at things that like the majority
Because the guy has to test the waters.
of
Duh.
people will see as like morally bad, right? You play it very fucking safe. And I think that's retarded. And I think you're inconsistent when it comes to certain dramas. Again, the Doc on the Radio shit. You wouldn't be friends with Doc on the Radio, but Lio has done infinitely worse shit, and you're friends with him. I think that's
Hold on,
racist.
hold on.
What?
Hold on.
Wait, how has he done worse? Sorry, I might be missing something.
Has
do
Dew
you
even
think- what do you
spoken?
think-
She has. I skipped her because she's a woman.
Gilded Poo. What do you think Doc on the Radio did?
He admitted to talking sexually with a, what was it, 12,
Nope.
13-year-old?
Nope.
He
You
didn't.
want to try
Did,
again?
did, he, did he
Nope.
admit that? I don't
What?
think
He did not. He did not. Try again. I'll give you one more chance.
He did admit that. What do you mean?
Dude, you're such a
He
tourist.
dated it.
bitch.
I
No,
don't
he
think
didn't.
he-
Yeah,
I don't
he
think
did-
he-
Everyone's just accusing each other of being a tourist. He just accused Vlad of being a tourist. Wait a minute. No, I think it's a little unfair to call him a tourist. He was there at ground zero. He was in the trenches.
He
Wait,
did.
he
did.
Dating, and he denied any sexual encounter. He said the worst thing that happened was they said, "I
Oh
love you,"
yeah,
to each
yeah,
other.
yeah. He admitted to talking, talking to a 13-year-old in a romantic way. That was the word he used.
He
Romantic.
said the
I'm
worst that
sorry.
it went was saying "I love you." Right? That's the worst. that
Yeah,
happened,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I don't remember much about the Doc on the Radio stuff. I gotta
That's
be
a
honest.
normal way an adult talks to a 12-year-old. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think
100%.
17.
He wasn't an adult, to be clear, but but it's still. is, like,
He
I
he
think-
was
Hold on,
yeah,
if
he was
17's an adult, what's wrong with what I did?
That's something that I feel like a lot of these people flip back and forth on all the time, where it's like, depending on who it is, 17 is close enough to being an adult, or it's a child. They were barely conscious. Oh, I see. I mean, did you see the women calling into Malcolm's stream to try and defend Lio? They were barely conscious. Yeah, did you see the one that was moaning and meowing at Malcolm when she was like pressed even the slightest bit on her takes?
Okay,
Hold
there
on.
it is.
No. I
Actual
mean, if it
crazy,
were an
insane
open-
behavior.
hold on.
Insane
The only-
behavior.
So the only thing, if you did you actually get the nudes then? Because that was my only criticism.
Nope,
he
but I
didn't- there were no
flirted
nudes
with her.
exchanged.
Okay,
That
hold
was
on.
the issue, right?
You flirted with what? A
A
16-year-old?
17-year-old, yep.
Okay, I don't care. If the extent of it was flirting, I don't give a shit. But
So
like,
why
if
do you care what Doc on the radio? The extent was flirting.
I mean, just like with these people, it always flips back and forth on if 17 is literal child or 17 is basically a full-grown adult. It just depends on who the 17-year-old is. It depends on who the perpetrator and who the victim is and whether or not they like them. It's so frustrating.
13-year-old. It's not.
I'm
No, it's
sorry,
not
what meowing? You don't remember? Should we pull that up? Hang on, now I gotta find it. I'm pretty sure I got gifted a membership to Malcolm's channel, so I think I can get access to this. Let me see. Let me see. Now for Enlaa to spend an eternity looking for a single... No, I bet you I can get it in 2 minutes. Give me oh. No, I think it was privated. Let me double check the gossip and drama chat, because usually we post the links in there. Doo-doo-doo. If only you guys would stop yapping about pirate software. This would be a lot easier on me. That's something I didn't notice, that Leia something rebranded, changed her name. Well, not like totally, but... I think it was like 2 streams ago, wasn't it? One minute, 15 seconds left. God damn it! It might have been in this one. Hold on. Nah, this is the wrong stream, because he goes to the Courtney Pete drama, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, nope. Wait, nope, I found it, guys. Time, and time! Now I just have to get it. Just have to grab it and pull it up. I don't know when in this conversation specifically it was, I just know that it was pretty early on in this debate with this loony person who lives up to her name, I'll give her that.
Same path. Okay, let's make it easy peasy lemon squeezy, all right? What part of, like, where would it be too much for you? Where would you be like, no,
Courtney really understood. Like, I think also
this is fucked up, we're stopping.
specifically,
Before I begin, do you have an audio processing disk? Okay, up you guys need to...
like, I think that would be.
So, yeah, he did it to Jack. How do you feel about Lio Convoy doxing people, like, all the fucking time?
Name one instance where he tried. Oh wait, hold on. He did it to Jax, right?
Oh my
Did he,
god.
if doxing is cool, and he did contact the parents, so...
Hold on.
Okay, well, in terms of Jax, I do disavow personally. Personally, for me, I have like I have like kind of memory issues.
So we've demonstrated here that if people are fine for you,
One another.
you're
But,
friendly enough that you sit on a call and you laugh along while he's fucking telling people to kill themselves. You're friendly enough to feel comfortable engaging in these spaces. Yes, and you certainly feel comfortable enough to come on and
You do know
defend
that
his
like
behavior.
in the online space, people talk shit, right?
That's different.
Excuse me.
If we're talking shit right now, if I just dox
Oh yeah, she tries to pull the "excuse me, I was talking" on Malcolm's stream.
you right now, is that the same? Is that the same? Just yes or no, really quick. Is that the same?
Okay, Malcolm, I'm gonna be 100%. I'm
Be
gonna
so
be
real with me.
100% with you.
Be so real with me,
You're-
girl.
I'm gonna be 100% with you.
Be.
How you're talking right now, it's very everywhere. First you're talking
It's
about
not. We're
live
walking in a
doxing, and then
straight
you're
fucking
talking-
line. You
No,
sound
we're
like
not.
you
We're
just
going
came
in-
out of like a
we're going
fucking
through, like,
methadone
different
coma.
circles, my
Like
guy.
you
We're
literally just
talking
got
in
your
different
fucking
circles.
Narcan and you just woke up violently from your fucking high. So let's try this one more time. You said the line would be doxing. You would not be okay
Yes, the
if
line would
Dreamer
be
started
doxing.
Okay, why are you okay with Lio doxing? Why?
I'm not. When did I say that? When did I say that I was in the circumstance of
You guys hang out with him
Lio
and you know fucking nothing about him. It's so fucking weird to
I
me.
did-
Like this has been well documented. This is the shit that kicked off his fucking
Hang on, it's
your fucking sweet ass.
it's coming up.
Into that
Oh,
shit
here we go.
before I keep
It's
company with them and I
close.
hang out in their fucking servers and shit and ride their dick into the sunset. I'm not gonna do that. Do you not think that's fucking insane?
First of all, calm your tits.
My tits
Second
are
of all,
gone. I paid a lot of money for that shit. So write
Based.
that down. Go ahead, continue.
Really, I can still fucking see it from here, bitch.
That's crazy, bitch, because there's nothing here. It's probably
Wow, transphobia much?
bigger than what you got, but keep going. Keep cooking.
Really,
Cook some more.
Probably check.
Cook some more.
You should probably check. You should
Cook some
probably
more.
talk
Cook
to
some
your
more.
top surgery doctor. Because I
I
can still see
should.
it fucking flapping around while you're fucking talking.
You can.
bitch.
How much do you weigh? What's your BMI?
How much I weigh?
Yeah, what's your
130.
what's your BMI? How tall are you?
4'11", baby.
Mm,
I'm a
I'm,
person.
I'm sure I can hear the fucking Cheeto. What is no
You fucking apparently know every
no enough, right?
for Lio's kid.
Enough to defend him, so you give enough of a fuck. So you should give enough of no.
Oh, here we go. Here we
Okay
go.
with this history.
Meow.
Yeah, you should know enough that
That right there.
so you should give enough of a fuck to be familiar with this history.
Meow.
Yeah, you should know enough that e-horse shit doesn't do fucking anything for me, sweetie. But I again, like
Oh,
you
yeah,
feel
I know,
comfortable
but
enough.
because wanna talk to a
You
kitten,
feel
I'll
comfortable
go
enough to
on
come
to
on
the
and defend
kitten. I'll
him,
be a
right?
kitten right now. I'm
You
gonna
feel
pet my
comfortable enough for
kitten
that, right?
just for
You feel comfortable enough.
Make
come on
it
and defend him,
stop.
right?
This is the one I was. Oh yeah, and then she starts cackling like a witch, like a crazy person after doing that shit. Like Villa was like, I cannot, just give me the TLDR. I cannot stand to listen to this. And I came to her and said, okay, so one of them just started moaning and meowing at Malcolm, and she was like, what? Yeah, and also this person is 27 years old apparently.
Enough for that, right?
just for you.
You feel comfortable enough to come on and defend him, though, right? You feel comfortable enough to do that, right? Self-described kitten. That's something that you do, right?
Yeah. What did
Yeah,
you say?
I mean the kitten call really only works for the kittens, right? Like a dog whistle, like you
Oh
can't
my
really
God.
hear it.
She's actually insane. This is the kind of girl that you'd find hiding in your closet with a knife at 2 a.m. in the morning.
This is like,
Right.
oh my god, this is like so fun. This is like my first time being on live stream. Oh
I know
my
it's
god.
pretty exciting, isn't it? Keeps you young. So it
Anyway, it's real. It's real. Those are Lio's fans. They just come into your stream and just moan and meow at you. And then cackle like a witch who's about to murder you. Yeah, another e-whore that peaked in middle school.
A
He
13-year-old.
himself has confirmed this. That's what Doc on the radio said, right?
So
Yeah. Allegedly,
The ultimate BPD demon of Babylon.
he allegedly only stopped at flirting
Oh, I wonder why the live chat replay isn't available for this
or stopped at
video.
romantic conversation rather with a 13-year-old. That's the issue that I
he
have.
admits
The
that
issue.
he
How's that
stopped
bad?
because he
We're talking
turned
about.
18 and he realized it would be
Yes.
illegal.
I was
like,
about to-
Anyway.
He does admit
Yeah.
that
Well,
he
hold on, hold on.
realizes
He
it's
did
about to
something
be
that never
illegal.
went
So that's
sexual,
what
and then
Toast
he
Boy
himself
said.
stopped it when he
No,
turned
no, no, no.
18. What's
You're
the issue?
taking him
Oh
at
my
his
God.
word with the never once sexual part. I'm
Okay,
not.
is there
That's the
anything to
difference.
counter his word?
I mean, I guess you could just make assumptions. Sure. I remember one of Vlad's arguments in the Doc on the Radio video or the Toastify video is that, like, well, he never said he didn't get nudes from the minor, so obviously he must have. It's like, huh? Okay. It's like, whatever, but it's like, okay. I don't know, man.
Who else has spoken? Has the minor spoken out? Has Toast?
The only
He's never proven to me that it didn't happen. Therefore, it must have happened.
How did
the only
anything? Has
yeah,
the minor said
the
anything?
only difference.
The thing is, the burden of proof is always on the accuser, not the accused. Unless the accused has to prove a like positive information, like the burden of proof is usually on the accuser to prove that they did do something, not on the accused to prove that they didn't do something.
Between you and me is you're giving charity and I'm not. That's the only difference.
What do you have to not give charity? What have
But
you?
it's like, but then you can't get mad if people decide to not give Lio charity. Like, isn't that the whole reason why you're here? Is because you're annoyed that people are like not giving Lio charity or not being charitable towards Lio. But then you can turn around and be like, oh yeah, I'm not being charitable to Doc on the radio and I don't care. It's like, then you can't take an absolutist, like, objective approach when it's based on what you give a shit about and what you don't. I wish Vlad would be consistent on that, that's all. Like, you need to pick your lane, Vlad.
I am merely skeptical of
You're
that claim.
No, Kate. No,
I have
skeptical
seen.
No.
I have
Hold on,
seen.
hold on.
I have seen a lot of cases.
Who raped a kid? I'm just being skeptical. I'm not giving him charity. I think it's possible.
I have seen a lot of
cases.
I've seen a lot of situations where people that were that age were, quote, only speaking romantically with the person
you are not
they were
being skeptical.
dating.
You are making shit
Wait,
up and then asserting it to be
can I
That
say
is
something?
not.
Wait,
no,
wait,
it's
wait,
not. No, it's not.
wait.
No.
Wait,
I
wait.
never said
Aiden,
he
I'll
fucked
give you
the
a second
kid.
after
I never said he fucked the kid. I never said that he
No, you are.
engaged
That is
in
what do you
news or
think
anything back and
skepticism
forth.
means?
All it is I am doubtful of his claim that he did not do that. That is it.
Why?
I never made.
What have you
these
seen to make yourself
positive.
doubtful? What
I've
is Doc
never-
Radio done? Have you
I'm
seen
not.
DMs
I'm
that
sorry.
I'm not aware of?
I
Have you
am.
seen
I
stuff
am.
behind
I
the
am
scenes that I know
not.
about?
I am not going to look at that.
So
in a
you're going off of
vacuum.
vibes. You're going off of vibes.
No, I'm going off past experience with people that act
Past
exactly
experience with
like
Doc on the
that.
radio?
With other people that act exactly.
No, so you
like
are
that.
going off of vibes. That's what's happening.
So, dude,
To
here's my
clarify.
question, Emro.
You're going. No,
whenever
shut
you,
the fuck
whenever
up. Shut
you
the fuck
see
up, retard.
somebody,
Shut the fuck up.
whenever
No,
you see
Emro,
somebody,
Do you go off of vibes?
Whenever-
Are you going off of
whenever-
vibes? It is just
no,
vibes.
it's not vibes. It's not
Then
vibes.
what have you seen? What have you seen?
It's just too easy,
I've
it's
seen
just too
other
easy.
people do and
The
say
only way I can
exactly
cope is
what
with
you
this
said
music.
turn out worse.
That is vibe. You're
That's
going
not.
off of
That's
vibes.
not what vibes means.
What have you
Emro.
seen from Doc on the radio? Have you seen messages? Have you seen DMs?
Can't confession.
I don't need to do that, Imrao. To doubt.
Yes,
Fuck
no,
you
you
on
don't.
the radio.
I'm not saying
No,
you
I
do. I'm
don't.
not saying you do. You
Yes,
are
you
going
are.
off of vibes. You bumbling fucking moron.
That's
Aiden.
not what vibes means.
It is. Aiden, go ahead.
I was just gonna insert a brief comment, but I'm gonna head out probably anyway. So if anyone has anything for me specifically, I don't want to run. So if you want to bring that up before I go, but I'm probably gonna dip here in a sec.
That's getting a
I did
little
wanna
too
say,
intense
I
for
have
me,
seen a lot of
guys.
cases, where people
Oh,
who
it's
have
getting a
like
little too much
videos
for
of like
me.
zoophile porn in their computer actually like went and fucked animals. So take with that what you will.
Oh no. I heard it coming. I mean, he brings up a good point. It's like, how is Vlad gonna prove that he never fucked an animal? Like, whenever... I don't know, it's like, I'm not gonna get too deep into this, but it's like, yeah, it's asking people to prove that they didn't do something. Or just, like, assuming they did do something because they never said they didn't. I think that's a little unreasonable.
Dog is next.
Can we?
Oh my
Aiden.
god.
I'm coming for your pets, Aiden.
Thanks. Yeah, but anyways, anyone have anything for me? I'm gonna head out. Nothing? Alright, thanks.
Yeah, the problem with that kind of argument is that it opens the door for people to weaponize that argument against you, and then you have no recourse, because that's the standard that you've set for people.
But I mean, like, I don't know. I've been pretty consistent.
Because nobody listens to you unless you get loud!
Again, morale. The reason you and I like haven't talked much is you came to me like pearl clutching over Willie Matt.
This is all Beckett cares about. Anytime there's a pause in a debate, in the conversation, he's like, "But guys, I'm just really sad that you would do this to me."
It's research standards, and I was like, I don't care. about this.
Yeah, no, you claim to have
You were-
high standards, and then you refuse to be critical.
claim-
of
I
Willie Mack.
claim
I'm
to
sure
have-
you
no,
probably
no, no,
refuse.
I want to have-
No,
I
shut
want
the
to
fuck
have-
up.
no,
Even
hold on.
recently, on the call with
Wow.
fucking Queeman and Aiden, you refuse to be critical of Willie Mack. You play it extraordinarily
I
safe.
didn't know the fucking.
every
Hold on,
single
hold on,
fucking
hold on,
time.
hold on. I hadn't even seen the fucking tweets. I was being asked on
And you were
the fly.
showed the tweets,
Like-
and you refused to be
No,
critical.
no, no, hold on. I didn't. No. There was a huge amount of like context I was missing.
All right, I
didn't
gotta
know that
stop the
information
bit.
was public and had been.
So do you think
made
Willie's a
public and
retard because
found
of
on
the
Google.
tweets?
Yes, I think Willie's retarded. I think
love
Willie's
you.
retarded.
I love you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I've said
Thank
this.
you, Aiden,
Hold
for
on,
the raid.
hold on. So yes, when I have more context and when
Thumbs
I'm
up,
like
Aiden.
not just put on the fucking like spot all of a second, I'm like I saw more of the Willie
So do you
Mack
think it's
stuff.
bad that
I
Willie
saw-
included Cherry's audio and then showed the Kiwi Farms?
No, I
page
don't.
of
I
where to
still don't
find it?
fucking care. I still don't fucking care.
So why'd you
like,
make the Destiny video?
What do you mean?
What
Why
you
did you
mean?
make your video on Destiny?
Right.
Why'd you make your Destiny hit piece?
The Destiny
Hold on.
hippies is another one I don't know much about.
The audio's on KF. It's publicly available. My standards for this
Okay,
are
so
very clear.
doxing
If
doesn't
there
exist
is
then, because everything's technically public. Everything's technically
no,
open.
no, 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 no.
That's-
When it's brought out on a thread, something like Kiwi
Oh.
Farms or Twitter, when
So
you're
if
talking
I
about
find
stuff
someone's
that's
docs on
been,
Kiwi Farms, it's okay for me to talk about it.
I think everyone's generally holds
Yes.
the position of like if you've got like
Thank you,
someone's
Vlad.
Kiwi Farms thread and their name is at the top of it, no one's going to call you a doxer for showing their KF thread. No.
Okay, so if you have private information on Kiwi Farms and I were to bring it up right now, you would be fine with that.
No, that's not what I said. I'm not saying it's.
Okay,
I'm
so
not saying it's good
what do
form.
you
I'm
mean?
just
That
saying
is-
it's not doxing. No. Hold on. I'm just saying it's not doxing. And using like. like,
Do you?
again,
I mean,
showing
like,
that
do you
audio.
really
I can say it's not
honestly?
a good-
Do you honestly believe that if there was dox information, do you think that Beckett would be like level-headed and be like, well, technically it's not doxing? No, I feel like he would be like, my friend just doxed me. What the fuck?
Good idea. I can say lots of things, but I'm like, it's not like, oh my god, this is the worst thing ever. I just don't care about someone showing stuff on KF.
Why
Villa.
did you make
It's
your
like we
Destiny
do this
video?
all the time. What do you mean? Like,
What do
Did
you
you
mean?
have a moral issue with what Destiny had done, which led you to making the video?
yes, we did.
Okay,
And
so
I've said multiple
naturally, you should
times,
have
by
a
the way,
moral
and
issue
I've
with
and
someone
I've
else
said
doing
multiple
basically
times,
the
by the way,
same
that was
thing.
retarded. I've said multiple times, by the way, that was a retarded thing for me to.
Everything is retarded. That was a dumb thing to do. That was dumb. That was retarded. That was dumb. That was retarded. That was dumb. That was retarded. But why? I think you need to elaborate a little bit more.
So I myself have looked at those.
I think it's fine to
actions
have
as well.
moral positions on
Okay,
stuff.
but
I
I
think,
just-
I think
I
your
think it-
attitude
but
of
I
like,
think when you're
not doing
fucking, like,
ethics-based
bad
content is
things are
fucking
bad.
cringe and
Right,
gay.
right.
Oh my god.
Why
Okay,
is Vlad still
again,
here?
You're arguing
Okay,
about me about.
Froggy, really quick. Okay,
You're
my issue
arguing
is
to me
you
about
had a
consistency.
moral
I'm
issue.
being-
You had a moral issue with what Destiny did, which led you had a direct correlation to you making the video, and then Willie did something. He included the revenge porn.
Can we
audio.
get a Suno song about how everything is retarded? I'm not clever enough to write a song like that. The only one I could write about was like dicks in my ass.
and where to find it, which would lead
For the
people to
Warframe
go
bit.
to the Kiwi Farms page to find other women's explicit content that was leaked without their consent.
But
So
that
naturally,
information,
you
no,
would
that
have an issue
information,
with that as
no,
well,
no, because
right?
that information was widely publicized that it was all over Kiwi Farms. Willie's not telling anybody anything in that drama that they don't know already. Everyone knows all that information's on Kiwi Farms
Vlad's a
because that's the
funny
fucking
person.
drama.
So you think it's fine for
If-
people to go on a Kiwi Farms
if-
and look at the revenge porn?
That's not what I said.
That's
That's
not what he said.
That's
it-
literally
it-
not what I
to
fucking
be-
said.
I don't
to be
know. This
fair,
argument is
I
derailing
knew
again.
That revenge stuff existed on KF. I
I'm
personally
asking you
never
to.
engaged
I'm,
with it
no, this
because
is so
because I
weird.
know it
Tee-tee.
I'm
exists.
asking you to say if it's bad or good. You don't think it's bad, so naturally you think it's like neutral or good, right?
I think that it's like, oh my god. Okay, very simple here.
Okay.
If a
You can
drama
just say
is
it's
widely
bad. You can just.
publicized,
Why can't these people just talk to each other normally?
I
It's bad. I don't.
well, because
I
I
don't
don't know
understand.
necessarily. Like, I think that's a weird standard to hold. If
It's a weird standard to say that it's bad to include revenge.
He's ignoring that he criticized Destiny for distributing the nudes. I wouldn't know, because I didn't really keep tabs on that drama too hard.
Hold on.
Uncensored revenge
Hold on.
porn in your
Let me
YouTube video.
finish. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let me
He
speak!
didn't show any explicit parts. He played a bit of the recording from what I heard about. Heard
And
of
he
it,
showed
just to show it
exactly
exists.
where to find it, which could lead people to it, right?
Yeah, but I mean that's true of anything about like anything.
Most people.
But that's true of anything for anything! What does that mean? It's a little vague. I mean, I get it. He's tripping up a little bit. I get it. I do it all the time.
Within the
Most
Destiny
people would
drama, could-
censor stuff like that. Most people would censor, the page number on Kiwi Farms, or not even
Okay, I have a
include the
question.
fucking
They
page,
can,
right?
they can do
Oh,
that, and we
boy.
call that an abundance of caution.
I have
But
a
that
serious.
doesn't
I
mean
would,
they're
I would
bad
argue
for
it's the
not doing
standard to
that.
censor stuff like that, right?
Hold on. I'm just saying that's like
We're past the weeds, we're in the soil, approaching igneous rock.
a standard that you can say is good, but I don't think you're a terrible person if you don't.
I think
If
it's a
someone
fuck up.
brings
I think
up,
you could say
okay,
it's a
sure.
fuck
So
up.
everyone who looked at Keffel's Kiwi Farms thread is evil, right?
It's not about people who looked at it. I feel like it's about people who directed them to it, right?
On stream.
I don't care if you use Kiwi Farms now.
Can
We
I ask you
just-
a question, Emro?
Oh my god!
Like,
But it's got
serious.
docs information on it. Had Keffel's
It's not
real
a
name
serious
on it.
question, I can believe.
Yeah, I don't care if you look at the docs information. I think spreading the docs information and spreading the revenge porn and stuff is what I have an issue with.
Yeah, it would be like if I just allowed people to spam Lio's address in my chat. Technically, I could just allow that because technically his address is like public information, but I don't allow that because that would be a shitty thing to do.
Right.
Okay, so
Which is what
anybody
Destiny
who looked
did, which
at,
is the issue with Destiny, right?
so-
Because
no,
like
no, no,
I don't
no.
think we're talking about legality here. We're talking about whether or not you would like criticize that and condemn that. Villa. Well, you need to show him how it's done then, Villa.
Hold on.
Is that he's
Be the change you want to see in the world.
spread the
Okay.
content, right? So my issue with Willie is that he is spreading the content. I don't care if you talk about it, but showing it and showing where to find it, I think, is something
But
significantly
isn't
different.
hold on?
Of course he did.
Isn't that the whole drama? Like, if you're talking about the stuff with Destiny, isn't this going back to like the gay website X shit, where no one wanted to say Docspin in case someone realized Docspin existed?
I don't know about that.
Okay. I
I
think
don't
this
care.
is
Again,
retarded.
I don't.
We're like playing gymnastics right now. It's a whole Olympics gymnastics event in this place now.
care if people talk about Kiwi Farms or talk even about Docspin. I don't know the severity of these websites or what's on them.
We have way gone past the point of Lio Convoy, which is the reason for this stream. I'm going to ask.
Well, I have a serious question though, but okay.
No, you don't.
Vlad, you can DM me the serious question so I can ask it in the best way possible because I'll be.
No, this was
Why don't you just kick him out?
see, this was gonna. It's just a yes or. It's like it's really not an inflammatory question. I promise. It's a legitimate question, and
Go
the
fucking
only
ask it.
question.
Holy shit,
Just go
say
for
it.
it.
I just want to know. Would you have been against him even mentioning Kiwi Farms in the video in regards to the leak?
No, my issue comes when he shows the page number and directs people where to find it. If you just say something happened on Kiwi Farms, I think that's fine. I don't care.
But couldn't people still like just Google Kiwi Farms, go to
Yeah,
the
but that's
link, and then
that
search all
you're
that
giving
up?
them a step, right? You're giving them a step. You're showing exactly
So
where
it's
it
one
is, whereas
step
you're
too
just
far.
mentioning a website, right?
You could just Google. You could just search her name on KF and you'd find it,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah, I think
like
that-
you're
I
like,
think
oh
if
well,
you
I
went
know
onto a
this.
YouTube
Listen,
video and
if you
said,
go,
if you
if
search
you go
this
right
name,
up
you'll
to
find
this
her revenge
line
porn.
I
I think
have,
that's
then it's
bad, right?
fine. But once you go over that line, woof.
I mean, isn't that how it is with everybody? You can be. Oh well. Like no, actually, you know what? I take that back. I see what he's saying.
I don't know. I just think the standard.
Yes, I think there's a fucking line, retard. What? Yeah.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think, and I was gonna say
The
earlier.
line for me
you-
is spreading the
hold on.
content, spreading the docs, spreading the revenge porn, right?
If you were talking about a drama that had a very
think it's
low
bad to
public
spread revenge
awareness.
porn?
Hold on, let me.
Emro, please just let people talk for a second. Please control your ADHD for a second.
Let me finish the fucking statement.
Finish.
If you were talking about a drama where there was a very low public awareness of where any of this information may be, then you could make that argument. But that's not the case with.
I think it's like just it's along the same lines of like directing people to someone's Facebook if the Facebook isn't widely publicly known to be connected to them as like a content creator or something. It'd be like that.
The Destiny
Like you're technically allowed to do it, but it's a shitty thing to do.
leaks, because the Destiny leaks very specifically were all about Destiny's like nudes and sex that he's had with women has been leaked on
And
KF.
men.
The
And
thread,
men.
the thread was so busy it crashed the website.
Oh,
At that point, you're not doing any more harm. The harm is done. I think that's you know, you're taking this.
it kind of is exhausting, and that's like the biggest reason why I don't do this shit. Like I used to have conversations like this in private with people like Kumo and Vlad, and eventually it's just like no more. I can't. This goes nowhere. It's like you can have these long, detailed debates with these people, and you'll never, like, it doesn't matter what you say or what points you bring across or what evidence you give to them, you're never going to change their mind on anything. So it's best to just not do it at all. And I'm ashamed that it took me like almost a year to realize, it took me half a year to realize that.
Extra step is a ridiculous standard. I personally think that. That's my take.
You don't have any standards, though. You said that. So how can you criticize standards if you don't have any?
Has he said that? I don't remember him saying that.
Oh, God. Okay, cool. Well, look, and if I can't even...
Yeah, they are kind of... Yeah, you're right, Tarnish. It's just mastery of circular logic, and it's not really about helping the other person understand your point. It's about getting a gotcha over them. That's what it's really about. It's about making them look dumb so that you look smart. That is the true end goal of these sorts of debates.
Like, it's just pointless. Like,
and I didn't realize that until, like, it was way too late. Alright, Lilith. Thanks for hanging out. I'll probably be done soon.
Do you think it is bad what Willie did?
No, I don't.
In his second Destiny video.
I can't believe this debate goes on for so long. Oh my god.
He's lying? Do you think it's bad that he's spreading misinformation?
Well, give me the lie and I'll tell you.
He said he talked to all the victims and he ignored victims.
All right.
He didn't talk to them.
So when it comes to Willie Mac, that's not the nature of the stream. If you two want to talk on Emro stream or Beckett stream, you two can.
I have to yell
The
again.
whole reason is the Lio call. I would like to continue to... This is not me sweeping. You two can fucking duke it out. Beckett wants to go live. Let Beckett go live. I don't give a shit.
Let him go live. Just let him go. Just let him go.
Fuck.
I think he's sweeping through Willie Mac. I think Willie Mac is a bumbling retard.
I just told you. Hold on.
I don't like Willie Mac.
You just asked me about the rest of the Willie Mac stuff, and I called him retarded. Obviously.
No, you said retarded in regards to the doc stuff. I think he's retarded in regards to his Destiny.
Hey, Teeny
videos.
Tight, tell me how you doing. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We are literally...
I don't know, if you ever get to this point, like, when you are hanging out, like, when you're associating with commentary people, and you get to a point where you feel like you're constantly babysitting children, and you just have to keep them from, like, doing crazy shit, like eating dirt or some shit. If you get to that point where you feel that level of exhaustion of, like, I'm just trying to keep these kids from doing something stupid, if that becomes your thing, that's your sign to get out. It's your sign to get the fuck out.
Just talking about the Lio stuff.
It might be funny now, but it won't be funny later.
I would like to continue with the Lio call. I want to thank everybody for being in here. If you want to stay, it's just going to be Greg and probably Do, because Do's...
Anyway, we get the gist of it. Yeah, but this kind of shit... Anyone wonders why I don't do shit like this? This is why. It's just so exhausting. I'm not even part of this conversation, and I'm worn out. And it's not like Beckett's like, I hate it here. I hate it here. Haha. I hate it here, but I'm gonna stay here forever and ever and ever and defend the people in it. But I hate it here, guys. Thanks for your wisdom, Enlaa of the Lake. Hey, no problem. So... I'm, like, burning up in here. I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting tired. I'm worn out. The last, like, couple of streams I've done have been, like, insanely long, so I think I'm gonna cut it off here. Is it just me, or did they fix the water noises in the game? Have you noticed? I've been blissfully free of the water noises, the water sounds. I think they... not Laka. Wait, sorry. Villa. I think they fixed the water sounds. They're not barraging my eardrums anymore. I'm free. Yeah, that's short for me, for my standards. Alright. You guys take care. If you're gonna clip anything I've said here, don't clip it out of context. Let's all play nice. Not trying to get back into this drama, just wanted to bitch about it for a little bit. Yeah, sorry, I've been going for 4 hours. I'm tired. I wasn't even planning on streaming today, but, you know, it happens sometimes. But, VOD's gonna stay up. You know, have at it. I don't know. I'm too tired to care. Alright, bye-bye.